Welcome, everyone. Today is April 20th, 2026. The 9th meeting of the 27th Council will come to order. All councilors are present this evening with the exception of Councilor Baca, who is going to be joining us shortly via Zoom, and Councilor Teja should be here shortly as well. With that, we'll move on to item number 2, the pledge, and a moment of silence. Please join us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You're doing good. You're doing good. Okay, Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from the council staff at the table near the chamber entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, and computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioning, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone. If members of the public need assistance finding the videos online, please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening, if needed. In regard to decorum in the chambers, if you want tonight's proceedings to be as civil as possible and respectful as possible, please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applauding or snapping, or any other outbursts during the meeting. The President will provide one warning to anyone causing disruption. Upon the second and continued disruption, that individual will be asked to leave the chambers, and if necessary, security will be asked to escort that person out of the chambers. Such removal from the City Council chambers will be effective for the remainder of that meeting. If continued disruptions occur, the President may recess the meeting until order is restored, and if necessary, may clear the chambers of persons participating in that disturbance. The meeting will go a lot smoother if you were all respectful of one another. This time we'll move on to administration question and answer. Councilors, do we have any questions for the administration? Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. My questions are for arts and culture. Just want to get an update on the banners in District 6 that were asked to be redone. Haven't received an update, so I just wanted to check on that. I don't see anyone from arts and culture, so we'll keep.
Council President, Council Rogers, I will get that answer for you before the end of the meeting.
Thank you. And just to remind the public, we had a constituent that came and did public comment who was amazing, and it made some analogies to the banners and how they were printed, and it doesn't beg the best memes for Route 66 that we want to see. So wanted to ask about that. And then I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Councilor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Couple of questions. One, I think, is for Mr. Whalen. We passed this piece of legislation last December unanimously to get 1.5% one-time payments to staff. They have not received those yet, and I'd like to know where we are on getting those out, hopefully in this week's paychecks.
Council President and Council Fiebelkorn, yes, the 1% for the 64,000 and under, that has already been worked. We are finalizing the remainder that goes to those above the 64,000. That should be completed Wednesday or Thursday this week to go into the next check.
Okay, and just to clarify, it's 1.5%.
Excuse me?
It's 1.5%, right?
Council President and Councilpeople Corn, it was 1%
Okay.
for 64,000 and below, and then the remainder would go to those 64,000 and above, well, however that's split out, and it looks like it's less than 1%. There are a couple of things we are finalizing, and those are the MOUs with the unions, because they have to agree to the one-time payment.
And so the folks that need it the most, the folks that make less than $64,000 a year, should get their payment this week.
Council President, Councilpeople Corn, the pay period for this one already ended. It would be the next one.
When does that go out?
So this Friday is, we get paid, so it'd be 2 weeks from this Friday.
So it will be in May.
It would be the week of May, first week of May, Council.
Okay. That's a very long delay for folks that need that money, so I'd like to make sure that we get it out and let the people know that, you know, it is coming. I feel a little frustrated by that. All right, and then my next question, I'm not sure who this one's for, but back in June of 2023, we passed the Be Friendly resolution, again unanimously through this body. In that legislation, it requires an annual report. I have been asking for that annual report for a very long time now, and we have not received that. Can I get an estimate of when we will get that annual report on all of the things we are doing to protect pollinators in our city?
Council President and Councilpeople Corn, I will look into that, and I will get with our Parks Department as well as our Solid Waste Department to see if we can get that report for you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whalen, but if you remember, you and I already met on this with the Parks Department, and there was going to be an answer, and there hasn't been an answer. So I'd like to actually come up with a timeline for which I will get an answer on this time. Thank you.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. My questions are going to start with Director Keener from Transit. Hi, Director. Thank you for being here this evening. I have a few questions about positions. How many positions are you funded for this year department-wide?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, I'm funded for 540 positions for fiscal year 26.
How many?
540.
540, okay, thank you. And how many of those positions are vacant right now?
About 150 are vacant.
How many of those vacant positions are for motor coach drivers?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, those positions for drivers are going to be, I've got about 81 motor coach operators and then 11 Sun van chauffeurs that are currently vacant.
Thank you. And how many vacant positions for mechanics?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, between my lead to mechanic helper, all of those positions, I have about 20 positions vacant currently.
Thank you, that's a lot. How many and how long has it been since transit has been fully staffed with motor coach drivers and mechanics?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, not during my tenure. I would say you'd probably have to go back to 2017, 2018.
It's a very long time ago. Are there any positions that have ever been difficult to fill? I think I know what the answer is, but I wanted to hear from you.
Madam President and Councilor Grout, yes, a lot of our positions are difficult to fill. So our motor coach operators, our Sun van chauffeurs have been a little easier to fill here lately. We did get it down to about an 8% vacancy rate this year. We've crept up a little bit over the last month, but I've got about 10 in transition right now, so that'll get us back down into the single digits. Our mechanics, obviously, the mechanic 3 has been our more difficult one to fill into currently. We've had some success at our mechanic helpers. We're actually overfilled in that position right now. So we've been starting, seeing people with less experience that we've been able to bring in and then start promoting up. Vehicle servicers, that's another position that has been difficult to hire as well. We've got about 11 vacancies in that realm. And then we've got some positions on the planning side that have been difficult to fill, as well as, accountant 1 is another position that has been difficult on the finance side.
Well, I'm really sorry that it's so hard to find people. Since I have the opportunity, I just want to encourage, if anybody that's in the public realm watching and needs a job, the city is hiring. It sounds like we have a lot of positions that they're good positions and they come with benefits. So I think, and we need these positions. Are there any other positions? Okay, I already got that. Your budget narrative for fiscal year 27 says you cut 52 positions. Are all those positions vacant right now?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, yes, all those positions are
Okay.
vacant.
Thank you. All right, thank you. May I finish? I have one more.
Yes, ma'am, go right
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. And these questions are for solid waste.
Council President, Councilor Grout, we have our solid waste director coming up.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. Hi, Director. Thank you for being here this evening. Because a constituent this weekend, I was at a neighborhood meeting, and he went to one of the convenience centers to drop off old gasoline. And when he got there, he had to give up his cans. He had brought like 5 different gas cans, probably half full, brought them in. And at this convenience center, they said, you'll have to leave your cans there. So he had to go out from the facility and dump it into one, and so like combine them all, and then he ended up leaving one of his cans. So my question is, why do they have to do that? Does it have to do with permitting?
We do, Council President, Council Grout, we do not have a storage facility for the gas individually.
Okay.
We don't have 55-gallon drums at the site.
Do we have a contract with anybody?
We do.
Okay, so tell me about the contract.
So we can take it to our household hazardous waste program that we utilize. I can get you the dates and times. I don't remember them off the top of my head, but we do have a facility that we can utilize.
Okay, the concern is if we make it really difficult for people to dispose of hazardous waste properly, they're going to end up doing it, taking it out and dumping it in the open space. And so we want to make sure that it's easy. This constituent noted that somebody else was having to do the same thing, and they had to go outside of the facility. This is somewhere on Girard. They had to go just down the road a little bit, dump everything in, and then they had to go back in. But I just want to make sure that dumping hazardous waste is done properly. We all know the need for that. Can people also take used oil to these facilities as well?
Council President, Council Grout, so the facility that you're referring to is on Girard?
Yes.
That is our household hazardous waste program, so I will look into that exactly why. They should have been able to take all the cans there, regardless if 1 can, 2 cans.
And dump it into a big,
They have the facility, that is our household hazardous waste program.
Okay.
They are licensed and permitted to take that type.
this constituent reported that they said he couldn't dump his little cans into a big can at the facility because they didn't have the right permitting. So,
Council President,
if you
Council Grout,
would-
I will definitely look
Okay.
into that.
Thank you,
Okay.
thank you. That's it.
Counselor Rogers. You good? Counselor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just some comments, questions with Ms. Martinez, our CFO. I know this is not a budget hearing. We'll be doing those, but it just seems to be a real massive difference between what the media has been reporting about our proposed budget, about what your proposed budget, and what we're seeing. I mean, right now, our staff, and we're spending time, reviewing your proposed budget, and certainly, listening to what's being reported, and it really sounds like the media has really just regurgitated your press releases and what you're putting out on the budget and how you're characterizing it. But when I look at this proposed budget, the city's not cutting $35 million in reoccurring funds in our operations, but that's certainly what has been communicated, that the mayor presented a budget that cuts $35 million. And it's not the operations that is decreasing, correct? I mean, so if you could explain that. I mean, these are not recurring operational funds that are decreasing? Because I'm looking for, you know, the decrease in revenue, because we're cutting $35 million out of there, going, where's the decrease in revenue?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I think I heard a couple different questions in there, so I will do my best to answer them. There is overall in the budget for the proposed budget for FY27, there is an overall decrease of $35 million. And actually, I will be sending out our PowerPoint presentation that I shared with our meetings with counselors that indicates the net decrease of 35 million. I think what you might be referring to is the general fund. And the general fund did go up, but again, during these council meetings that we had with the individual counselors, we described the process that was used with the budget. So there was an exercise that was done with all of the departments to look at their current budgets and find ways in which they could cut certain costs that were happening, whether it was that they decided that they could bring the work internally, or if it was a situation where they were spending a lot of money on overtime where they could reallocate the way that they were using their individuals. But there were actual cuts that were made, and then there was a reallocation of some of those cuts to priority areas or to areas where there had been clear budget needs in years past. So I'll use a good example of, we've had departments where they were using vacancy savings to cover their operations. And so this year we tried really hard to clean that up. And as I like to say, right-size the budget. We also, you know, in the past there had been this prudent program savings that was used to essentially show a decrease on the budget. We deactivated a ton of positions. So there was a lot of movement that happened, and so it wasn't just sort of a basic approach to things. There were a lot of things that went into the proposed budget. And so I will share those slides with everybody, and if, you know, I know we didn't get a chance to meet with you, Councilor Lewis. We were hoping to do that today. But when you get those slides, please feel free to reach out to me, and I'm happy to go through them with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look forward to seeing those, and and we'll reschedule that meeting. I mean, I had to cancel that meeting that was scheduled for today. But the other councilors have had meetings with you and our staff, and has been spending a lot of time looking through this. So I mean, it sounds like you went through an exercise, but of looking at where, you know, different departments could cut, as you say, you know, some of their operations, but that the proposal doesn't show that. The proposal doesn't show any, you know, type of overall reduction in operational spending. In fact, the proposed spending for FY26 is $5.9 million more than last year in operations. And so overall, now, there might have been some departments, and it looks like there's some departments that decreased and others that increased. But overall, operations didn't go down at all. I mean, in fact, it went up $6 million in operational spending. That's what the proposal shows. So again, we're talking about a $35 million reduction in spending is what you're saying. And it's not operational funds. I mean, it's in fact, you know, we're showing you're showing a $20 million increase in revenue, and then you know, reduction of, or I mean, and an increase in $5.9 million in operational spending. I'm not telling you to cut anything. I'm just saying, let's be honest about it. It seems like, or let's be more clear about it. And you know, I mean, and we could talk about we might right-size some things, which I commend you all for that. You know, for years we paid for, or we budget for, you know, hundreds of employees that we're never going to hire, and so I think that's a good start to, you know, look, if we know we're not going to hire 100% positions in transit or another department, and yet we budget for it every year, you know, there's a way to right-size it there. But again, that's not a cut. I mean, that's not a reduction in spending. That's just simply saying, let's don't budget for those this year because we know we're not going to hire them anyways, like we didn't hire them last year.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, again, I mean, a lot of this discussion that you're raising was talked about in these meetings with city councilors. We had some slides on some of the highlights of where we did put some of the funding. And so, again, I'm happy to walk you through those slides and give you a little bit more information.
But this is
so
just a
that the
general
numbers-
question, so I'm not sure what those slides are going to show me that's any different than what you can answer right now.
Well,
I mean,
what
you-
I'm
you
telling.
agree- You
and I
agree
don't-
that we're spending $5.9 million more in operations in 2020, proposed in 2027 over 2026?
So, I mean, I don't have the slides in front of me, so forgive me if I don't remember
No
everything
problem.
on them. But for instance, one of the things that we flagged was the fact that last year the state infused money into the Triple H budget. And that as part of that plan, they were required, we as a city were required to come up with a plan on how we were going to replace that. So that was something that we had to absorb into the budget. You know, we are looking at giving a proposed raise citywide to employees. That has to also be included in the proposed budget. In discussions with city council and the mayor, there was a plan to leave fund balance. I mean, there's a whole host of
Yeah,
things.
so that makes sense. I mean, again, you're putting more in there for
Right.
employees, great. There's a fund balance, but again, it doesn't change the fact that there's $5.9 million more proposed in spending than last year, and there's a $21 million increase in revenue over last year. And so what you're talking about as far as, you just described really well, one-time money. So the city's received one-time money over the years, and we built massive programs, to do that. So we don't have some one-time money anymore, that's going to happen all the time. What I think we should be real clear about is the fact that city government is growing, and there's and also, I mean, be clear about the fact that we're not cutting services, and you're not cutting any services. In fact, you're increasing it by 5.9%. Or $5.9 million. And so I just think there's a lot of confusion over, these are not real cuts, these are not service cuts. And the reason why that's important is because you're also showing a massive gap in future revenues and spending. We're predicting, and you're predicting, massive deficits to our budget and spending, our spending and revenue in the coming years. And so if we don't deal with that now, I mean this year, then we're certainly going to have to deal with that in the following years. And so all this to really change the discussion ultimately leads to what is our plan moving forward for fixing that? Because doing away with expected one-time revenue does not solve the problem. And just saying, look, we cut $35 million, because we didn't. We didn't cut $35 million. We cut $35 million maybe, or some of it in one-time revenues, and then there's a lot of transfers and reallocations. And so looking forward to spending time with you. I mean, that's what the process is. But again, I mean, I'm talking about some general questions that are communicated that I just don't see in here. But the fact is, there's no $35 million in real cuts. And the question is, what is the actual plan to fix the long-term imbalance that we're going to have moving forward? You and I can meet, maybe fill in some of the details. I don't think it's going to change the fact that what's being communicated about overall about this budget is really the reality of this budget. And what I would ask is that we give a true, real clarity into what we're doing right now if we were to pass this budget as proposed right now, and the situation that we would be in down the road. Thanks, Madam President.
Madam President, one last thing. I just want to clarify a few things. I mean, it isn't one-time costs. The costs that the state gave us are continuing operations with Triple H. So these are continuing operating costs. The other thing is we're talking about funding compensation for employees that are ongoing. They're not one-time costs. And the other thing is you know, of course, what you're seeing is net increase, but had we not gone in and done the hard work to look at the departments and make cuts and make efficiencies, you would have seen a larger increase on the fund balance. And so again, you know, some of the other things real quick, and then we can move on, is there's an increase in positions to fund services for ACS. There's a plan to put into place a diversion program so that we are not penalizing nonviolent offenders. There's a lot to this budget, and so to try to summarize it in 5 or 7 minutes is really challenging. So I welcome to have a larger conversation with you.
Yeah, and good job, Madam President, good job on, going through that process. The fact is, and some departments got a massive increase in funding year over year. Again, the fact is, you say all you want that we cut money, but we have $21 million more than last year in revenue, and you're spending $5.9 million more than you did last year. That's your proposal. And, when we could talk, it has implications of what we do in the coming years. It also has implications of, what have you done? What have you done with that? I mean, at some point, you're going to have to start showing some results. I mean, this administration is going to have to start showing that there's a reduction in homelessness for the $55 million or $55,000 that we spend per homeless person in this city, and justify the hundreds of millions of dollars that we spend on homelessness every year. At some point, you're going to have to justify whether it be transit or whether it be HHH. At some point, we're going to have to justify the crime. When we continue to have some of the highest crime rates in the country, plagued with some of the highest homelessness challenges in the country, and yet we have program after program, and we've grown this city's spending year over year, over and over and over. So I'm not even really questioning as much. Is it true? Because I know it's true. I know you didn't cut $35 million. I mean, I know what it says. Ultimately, what is it doing? Is it a good return on the tax dollar for every taxpayer in the city? And I think every taxpayer in the city right now is going to have to say, no, absolutely not. And so again, I'm not proud of the fact that we've just boosted and just given millions and millions of dollars to every single thing in this city, without a lot to show for it over the last 8 years or so, or many years. I feel like it's been a lost decade, so we got a chance to look at a budget, and at the very least, let's be honest about it. Let's get it right. Let's actually show some clarity on it. And it's not that hard. It's really not that hard. It doesn't take hours and hours and hours to explain it. In fact, these are some basic questions that should just be able to clarify really quick. The $35 million, where exactly is it then? I mean, I think that should be easily explainable. This is exactly where the $35 million in cuts is. The one-time spending, the reallocation to transit. I mean, just need to spell it all out. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, that concludes administration question and answer period.
Thank you, Vice President Champagne. What I'm going to do now is going to move the agenda around just a little bit. I'm going to go under approvals. And before we go to proclamations and presentations, I just want to go to EC 82, the appointment of Raul Bujanda, and then, I was going to say Ilo, and then to the position of Executive Director for Public Safety, and then EC 83, appointment of Interim Chief of Police Cecily Barker to the position of Chief of Police of the Albuquerque Police Department. So those will be the next items. So we will take on right now EC 82, appointment of Raul Bujanda to the position of Executive Director of Public Safety. So I would move confirmation. Second. There's a motion, second by Councilor Bassan for confirmation. Do we have anyone signed up to speak? Okay, we'll start there.
Yes, we do, Madam President. We have Lisa Christopherson, followed by Grace Dukes, followed by James Shanley.
Madam President, City Councilors, my name is Lisa Christopherson. I think I have it this time when it got moved. I missed it before. So I will speak to just this one. So Councilor Lewis, I don't know if you were seeing me. I'm like, yes, those are the questions we need to ask. I'm like, yes, because seriously, I don't understand how we can brag about having 3 female chiefs, and we're putting APD, AFR, ASS, and it's all over the local news outlets, and how proud we are, and on the city websites and all that we want to. And now, right, first time in history, 3 female leaders, and then here we have our mayor, who wants to appoint a man over them to do what? To babysit? And at $187,000, and we're cutting from transit, and we're cutting from everybody else, and we want to spend $187,000 on one position to do what? Because when I look at the people in the forces and on the teams, they're doing all the work, right? Why do they need, they already have a chief, why do they need a supervisor over that? Is Keller, this is how I'm seeing it, is Keller afraid to meet with the 3 powerhouse females all by himself? He needs a little intermediary, right? Or does he want to distance himself for things that happen in the city, so he wants somebody else to blame instead of taking the responsibility for himself? He's our mayor. It's his responsibility for supervising these 3 people who he recommended and who this city council approved, and who the people in Burke, we were like, yeah, woohoo, let's go. And then to turn around, right, over our esteemed chief police, the chief of AFR and the chief of ASS, and now we're going to say, you know what, you guys, we did believe in you, but now we don't. We got to put somebody else over there at $187,000 a year. Seriously, where's that job description that doesn't look like the redundancy that's already happening in the other chief positions? So there's that. Okay, city employees have been laid off, as Councilor Lewis alluded to. Funds are getting cut, right? So we need to have accountability in our budget.
Grace Dukes, followed by James Shanley.
Councilors, I come before you as a constituent and as a woman who questions the need for another man to oversee 3 exceptional women. I question the need for more wasteful spending when our budget is stretched to its absolute limit. Mayor Keller is using this position to shift the blame away from himself and his responsibilities that he has as mayor, all while ignoring the real problem that is the APD and AFR slush funds. Essential services will continue to be cut to pay for this man's $187,000 salary to babysit 3 women, while Burqueños, ordinary Burqueños, can't even pay their bills. You would think that the city would step in and protect our essential services, while the fascists in D.C. continue their crackdown on cities that have basic human respect towards the immigrants. But no, Keller is continuing with business as usual that will run this city into the damn ground. There is no need for more bureaucracy, more red tape, more misogyny. We already have enough of that from Councilor Lewis. There is no need for this position. This position is redundant. This is the mayor's job. If he cannot do his job himself, then he should resign and let someone who actually can do the job take his place. Vote no. Reject more wasteful spending from an out-of-control, out-of-touch mayor that seems to not care about government efficiency. Thank you.
James Shanley. Doesn't look like James is here. Madam President, that concludes comment.
Thank you. So are there any questions from councilors? Questions, comments? Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, I don't really have any questions. I just want to make sure to point out that I had some concerns with the funding of this position, especially now, which right at the beginning of budget season. But I did meet with Mr. Buhanda, and I did have many conversations this last week. I made some phone calls. I asked people that I think know more than I know about the ins and outs of each of these departments. And I even told Mr. Buhanda as of a couple weeks ago that I was about a 50-50 on confirming him. I will say that after having the conversations that I had with some of the individuals, I think that they're looking forward to this. I think they're looking forward to this position. I think that they're looking forward to the cohesiveness, and I'm going to trust them a little bit more than I would trust my own personal thoughts on this, because I want to do what I think the experts, as we always are saying, are asking for. And I think that I'm going to take that leap, even though I am concerned about the dollar amount. But I do look forward to being able to ask questions, get answers. I think it will be really good to have leadership in a role that can actually meet with each of these departments and figure out how to maybe connect the dots and get them all to work a little bit better together versus how it has been now, where sometimes I think that maybe through nobody's fault of their own, there still is a little bit of a missing link because there's an uphill battle when it comes to so many different hats to wear or so many different things to do.
Thank you. Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I would just go to the administration to help talk about, since we had public commenters ask about what they will do. What is the executive, I know, but for the public, what would the executive director of public safety, what is their job description or major duties?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, we do have Dr. Single on Zoom. She would like to respond.
Good evening, President and councilors. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the feedback and have had many discussions related to this position and the value that it brings. This is not a additional position in our budget. We have repurposed the deputy CAO position that's currently vacant into a very specialized focus for us as an administration. The goal is to have an individual that works across all of our first responder teams to ensure that we have a unified understanding of the best way we can work with other agencies, the court systems, and others to do exactly what was mentioned earlier in terms of improving on outcomes in our community so that we can do the right thing at the right time and working with those partners. This is both law enforcement as well as other first responders that you may see in emergency management and other federal agencies, as well as we think across our systems of care and behavioral health and other places. Many times our first responders are in a position that they have a very specific role. We want our police chief focused on fighting crime. We want our fire department focused on emergency first response and the emergency medical care that they provide, as well as fire response. And we want ACS focused on behavioral health and ensuring that we are providing opportunities for individuals to have a different response in an emergency. I think the key here is that this work has been done at the executive level in partnership with these chiefs for many years, as you all know, through our administration. And this provides us to have that expertise in our executive team to think about how we can knit this work together in a way that has more effective outcomes. Mr. Buhanda's work will bring focus on how we work together, and that includes with city councilors in terms of our ability to respond with our partner agencies to outcomes and sharing in that responsibility. I think each of our chiefs have appreciated the work of having, when they have, as we all know, 3 female chiefs reporting to a female CAO, and we have many departments that report to many others. This is not about gender. This is actually about bringing in additional professional experience to support this work. We all know the most important thing we can do in our community right now is focus on safety and well-being of individuals that our first responders are responding to, and the community that is asking for that safety. I'm actually very happy that Mr. Buhanda has agreed to be on our team and bring his expertise and his experience both at the federal and across agencies to support us. He has a very specific job description. We're happy to share that with anyone that would like to see it. It's fully articulated and publicly posted, and we can provide that. It is not for him to lead any one of these departments. It is to look at how we can work this, have the system work together, and how we can work within other systems for greater positive outcomes.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, CAO Single. And I like that you pointed out that his supervisor is a female. You would be supervising him. And I think, I had the pleasure of working with Mr. Buhanda in equity and inclusion around education for hate crimes in the Black community, and found him to be really knowledgeable, and I think that expertise will help our city. I think the other thing, and I know it's controversial, but he was also one of the people investigating our department with the DWI scandal. So that's someone who can also help hold us accountable and keep us accountable and make sure that we have processes in place, which I know the department's already working on, so that those things don't happen again. And to me, that's extreme good expertise that we need here, to make sure that all of the agencies are pulling in the same direction in their field of expertise. So I think it's a great addition to our expertise at the city, even as someone who don't think we need a lot more law enforcement higher ups, but I think it does bring some cohesiveness that I think do need, and I'm a fan of his work, and I think it's a good thing for the city. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Rogers. Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. I mean, look, this is the mayor's appointment. He has the ability to do this. I'll confirm it. I can tell you that I don't trust, I can't say I trust the administration, absolutely not. I don't think the majority of the city trusts this administration or even this position. I mean, trust is something that should be proved and earned. I mean, we'll trust you and we'll trust him in this position. Give it 6 months and let's see if there's some real results and some changes that take place. But for so long, there hasn't been any changes when it comes to crime in the city and public safety. I mean, I don't want to let's not kid ourselves, we have some serious problems when it comes to this department. Phenomenal police officers, and they need leadership that has their back. And we need to build a department that everybody could be proud of, and of the leadership, I mean, we're proud of these officers. We just need to be proud of the leadership for making the right decisions, growing this department, and making it what it should be and could be. And again, at some point, we need to see some real results. Yeah, hire this position. Hope he does a great job. I'll trust you when there's some time that goes by and we start seeing some real results, that we're really getting ahead of the crime in this city and we're really showing some great outcomes. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a few questions. First of all, our legal counsel asked the administration, we didn't get an answer, so I'm going to ask now. Can you provide a job description, job duties, or other similar document for the Executive Director of Public Safety role? Since this is a new position, there is interest in learning more about what the role will entail.
Madam President and Councilor Grout, just as CAO Sengel said, we do have the job description and we can provide that to you, and we do have the job duties that are written, so we can provide that.
Okay. Can you get that to us in the morning? That would have been nice to have for now, but okay. Let's see here. Why do the public safety departments need another layer of supervision between them and the CAO?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, this will be their supervision, and he will report to CAO Single, which is like most of our executive team. For instance, I have 7 departments that report to me, and I myself report to CAO Single, as well as our CFO has departments that report to her, and then she reports to CAO Single from the executive level.
Okay. What authority will Mr. Pahanda have?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, he will be an executive team member, just like myself, and just like our CFO, and just like our chief of staff.
Will he have an employment agreement like the police chief and the fire chief?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, I'm not 100% sure, but I do not think so.
Okay. Ms. Couladon, does the city charter contemplate removing the CAO or any deputy CAO?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, no, the charter is silent on removal for those positions.
Okay, so would there be a way for council or the mayor to ever remove the executive director of public safety, even for cause?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, that is not provided for in the charter currently, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Grout. CAO Sengel, did you want to respond to that before I go to Vice President Champagne? Is that why your hand is up? Maybe not. Okay.
Madam President? Madam President? Her hand's back up.
I'm sorry, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, my mute was on hold, sorry. I just wanted to respond, Council President and Councilor Grout. All positions in the administration are that are unclassified or at will for based upon the mayor's appointment, and so we absolutely have the authority to terminate any position at will for cause or otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Related to this, our City Attorney Keith.
Madam President, I was going to say the same thing. When a document is silent as to removal, then a position is at will and they can be removed at any time and for any reason except a discriminatory reason.
Thank you. Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have one question. It was based off of Councilor Grout's question in your response to it, that this was needed. Why now? If things were working in 8 years in this administration, why now? Why is this a need now?
Madam President, I know CAO Sengel is still there, but I'm happy to, from my perspective, address it. I think when, after the election, there was a shuffle, as you know, with some of the executives. So Mr. Whalen went into the COO, I went into the CFO, and so there was a shuffle of departments. And so departments, I believe CA Sengel took on additional departments, and so she was trying to bring in some expertise. And it's frankly just a shifting. We all went through a shift of different departments based on our expertise.
So, Madam President, so it was functioning fine before, and it's this adjustment, it'll function fine still?
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, yes, and actually we are functioning with one less executive member. So my old position as the associate CAO, I don't believe there's an intention to fill that position. So we're actually managing the same number of departments with the less number of executive members.
Interesting. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, if I may?
Yes.
I would just like to add that I think why now is, and Mayor Keller has stated this, I think publicly, that Mr. Buhanda's specific skills and experience provide us an opportunity to think about maximizing the opportunity for again, that collaboration across departments and looking to elevate our opportunity for impact in this third term. And I appreciate bringing that expertise onto our executive team.
Thank you. Any additional questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll just end with, I had similar concerns of what some of the public speakers stated. I met with Mr. Buhanda. I really was impressed with his expertise, his experience. I really feel like there's, a lot of potential, a lot of probability of him bringing his skills to the table and really helping to bolster the good work that all the women are already doing. I think it's just going to be phenomenal. I know he mentioned to me that his sister asked him the same question about, overseeing all the women. But I really, just talking to other departments, similar to what Councilor Bassan said, people really feel that his level of expertise and experience will help our city and to move it forward. So with that, we will go on to a vote. Ms. Montoya.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Fabercorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Congratulations. Welcome aboard. Good luck. Okay, we will now move on to EC 83, appointment of interim Chief of Police Cecily Barker to the position of Chief of Police of the Albuquerque Police Department. I move confirmation. There's a second by Councilor Grout and Vice President Champagne, so whichever you prefer to take down. Is there anyone signed up to speak? I don't see anyone either. Any counselors have any questions? Counselor Bassan.
Madam President, it's been a pleasure to work with Cecily Barker over the years when she wasn't in such a high role. But now I look forward to working with her. I think there's really barely anyone else that I can think of. I can't think of somebody better for this job, and I'm very happy. If anything, I kind of wish we wouldn't have even done a search, but that is what it is. But at the same time, I'm very excited that she has been appointed to be the police chief, and I definitely look forward to confirming her.
Thank you, Counselor Bassan. Any other questions? Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I echo that. I think Chief Barker was someone I always went to before. Not that I didn't have a good relationship with Chief Medina. Hey, Chief Medina. But I think the communication level has already really exceeded my expectations, I think, in things that we ask for of the team. And I'm just grateful for the help in my district, especially because y'all know how it is in my area. In that Southeast Command and our University Command, I listened to the boots on the ground, and they had nothing but good things to say about Chief Barker. And to me, that was all I needed to hear, is the folks on the ground doing the work had nothing but good things to say. And they're looking forward to your leadership. I mean, already here, but looking forward to seeing the department grow under your leadership. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Rogers. Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam Chair or Madam President. I too have enjoyed working with Chief Barker and her team, and I've already seen the changes that she's made. I think they're positive, they're wonderful. Just everything that we see so many good things coming. So I love that her team respects her so much. That says a lot about this individual, and I look forward to working with her the next 4 years.
Thank you, Counselor Grout. Counselor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say how critical and how valuable I think the appointment of Chief Barker and Mr. Burunda are to the work of public safety, in particular because I think we are seeing a really positive shift in that tone at the top in the agencies and at APD, which, you know, as somebody who has spent my professional career in governance and accountability and oversight, that's where it starts, right? Is creating a positive tone at the top so that you can create a control environment that works well. And when you have an environment where you have, I mean, you can see folks that are out here in the chamber are, you know, very positive about this change. And I've sat down with several of our DCs and our commanders over the last 4 months that I've been, you know, privileged enough to sit here. And we've had very positive conversations. I am just very much looking forward to that shift in that really positive tone at the top that focuses on public safety. Because as we know, public safety and crime are not the same thing. These are not interchangeable things. If we want crime to go down, we have to increase public safety. If we want to increase public safety, we have to make sure that we are investing in the things that work, like youth programs and behavioral health and things like, you know, supporting our officers who are, you know, our beat officers with better and more supportive ACS folks who could take on those type of calls. So you are working within your designated lanes and you have the ability to do that. And that's what I'm seeing here. And those are the conversations that I had, and I'm very excited about it. And, you know, I'm here to support that through all of these great public safety organizations in any way that I can. So thank you so much. And I look forward to continuing to work with you so that we, and I've said this to several of you that we've had meetings with, we're gonna make the West Side the example. And we're gonna show how community policing and public safety and that works And I'm very much looking forward to it. And thank you all so much.
Thank you, Councillor Tejas. So with that, I don't see any other councillors wanting to speak, but I'll end by saying I'm just really proud and honored to be able to be here and to move confirmation and to hopefully to confirm our first female chief of the Albuquerque Police Department. I know we also have the first female chief of our fire department. I think that's just a huge milestone, and it says a lot for our city and how we're moving forward. And you know, as some of the public commenters said about Brujanda, I don't think they'll let them get away with not doing nothing, all these women. So, so I just really, I'm very proud of that. And my experience with the chief, outside of her being even chief as well, has been just a phenomenal experience. So thank you so much. With that, Ms. Montoya.
Councillor Baca?
Yes.
Councillor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councillor Beeblehorn?
Yes.
Councillor Grout?
Yes.
Councillor Lewis?
Yes.
Councillor Rogers?
Yes.
Councillor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Congratulations. So we broke our own rule. That's our first warning. So with that, Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. We will move on to proclamations and presentations. Tonight, Madam President, we have a presentation from Ms. Jennifer Turner, of the DMD Director, who will provide an update on the Vulnerable Road Users campaign and efforts. Director?
Okay, Madam President, councilors, good evening. Tonight I'm honored to present the fourth of 6 monthly updates to you on our the city's traffic safety educational campaign. Okay, just to highlight some key points from our traffic code changes. A reminder that drivers shall stop for everyone using marked or unmarked crosswalks, and every corner is a crosswalk. Also, for vulnerable road users, you also have a responsibility to cross safely. And then the code updates also provide clear rules for rectangular rapid flashing beacons. And in the community meetings that I'm having around RRFBs, no one knows what they are. And so here's a brief highlight of, sorry, and this is not cooperating. Next slide. They are technology, so. Okay, so basically a rectangular rapid flashing beacon is a flashing light, and for vulnerable road users at a crosswalk, you should hit the button to cross safely and wait till given the signal. And for drivers, to make a long story short, if you see a flashing light and or a crosswalk with a person on it, stop. Don't go ahead of the line, stop behind the line, and wait for them to safely cross. So again, flashing light, stop. Okay, next slide, turning to the educational campaign progress to date. We've deployed billboards around the city highlighting the campaign. We have digital displays at the Sunport, City Hall, the Convention Center, and CNM. We have videos airing online and on KRQE, KOB, Estrella, and Telemundo. We've participated in community meetings and will continue to participate in more. We've distributed campaign materials to UNM and APS and other community groups. We've finalized a one-page flyer on the campaign. We are finalizing tomorrow a webinar, and we are also working on additional displays on bus shelters and other locations. And to show our campaign in the wild, we've got it on billboards on the top left, and then we have it at the convention center. We have it at that big intersection and CNM where Cole hits University. And then the bottom right slide is showing at the airport above the escalators going to baggage claim, so all visitors know what to do. And then just a reminder, our campaign website is www.cabq.gov/stop. And then a reminder that even our youngest Burqueños should be learning about the campaign with Stop for Everyone. So thank you. I stand for questions.
Are there any questions? Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I am grateful. We're actually at a presentation today with APS's Vision Zero. They were doing some curriculum rollout, and some of our staff was there to present about this, and it was really interesting hearing the teachers getting this training and a lot of feedback around, well, can't you just widen the sidewalks to make it easier for, pedestrians, and a lot about the built environment. But what this is really about, and I want to highlight that, this is about human behavior. We have put the beacons in, right? That's the change to the built environment to try to make people safer. But without behavior changes, without the education, it won't change anything without this. So this is super critical, and it was really awesome to see all of those teachers get that information and actually turn it into curriculum in their classroom. They gave them a way they can actually turn this campaign into curriculum in their classrooms, so they're teaching kids about it. So I'm just grateful and want to shout out APS for really taking a step further than just distributing it in our peach jar, right? But actually changing it and taking that and putting it into curriculum into schools that even well before the kids drive, they're biking, right? And should still get this information. So it was really cool to see that alignment. And so I just wanted to send a shout out to your team for that alignment, because I thought that was really awesome and above and beyond, I think, even what we asked for. So thank you, Director.
Councilors, any further questions for the Director? Councilor Graf.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thanks, Director. I'm loving seeing the signs. I've seen them around the city, so that's good. And I hope that it's very effective. Question, have you been able to get in contact with the driver's ed schools?
President Pena and Councilor Grout, so we've actually been finalizing our materials to distribute to them.
Okay.
We will have a webinar, and then also we have a one-page flyer. But even more importantly, when the state legislature signed the new law requiring 3 hours of educational training for our new drivers starting January 1st, the state is also developing curricula, and so that process is going on. I think the Cabinet Secretary just issued guidance to the schools saying, heads up, this is coming. And I know Bike ABQ has been working with some of the schools on the questions, the written knowledge exam that the new drivers are being asked. So yes, we are aware of the effort. We'll be working with them, but they also have experts to address the state law requirements, which are a little different than our local requirements.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate it. Madam President, we will now move on. I had my notes corrected. Move on to the second presentation today, once I find it. Madam President, presentation from Dr. Wayne Lindstorm, the Deputy County Manager for Behavioral Health Authority Division, and Dr. Brown Nesser, which is the Regional 2 consultant, who will provide information on the Senate Bill 3 Behavioral Health Reform and Investment Act Regional Plan. Deputy County Manager.
Thank you, Madam President, and members of the council. For those of you that are also members of the Local Government Coordinating Commission, this is basically the same presentation that you heard late last week. So thank you for this opportunity. Dr. Neisser will be doing the bulk of this presentation. We'll both stand for Q&A subsequently. I want to point out that Dr. Neeser is a forensic psychologist, and we've done some previous work on the Supreme Court's Mental Health Commission together. And this whole effort around Senate Bill 3, the Behavioral Health Reform and Investment Act, is really about the intersectionality between the criminal justice system and behavioral health. And I thought, who better but a forensic psychologist? So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Neeser.
Thank you, Madam President and councilors. I know we have limited time, so I'm going to run through a very extensive process, 5 minutes. I see my clock. And so obviously we'll be happy to answer any questions you have at the end of this. So the Behavioral Health Reform and Investment Act came into legislation in 2025. It had $150 million attached to it, considered gap funding, because in addition to that, SB 1 was passed, which is the Behavioral Health Trust Fund. And that was intended to have $1 billion invested in it, and at the end of this process would have a dividend of $50 million to continue sustaining this process.
Statewide.
The state was divided into 13 regions, each corresponding to a judicial district. This had a little bit of pain going into it. However, I think it behooves us to appreciate that our corrections system is our largest mental health provider currently in the state, but that is also a national issue. An executive committee of 7 members was created to oversee that initiative, and each region is tasked with developing a 3-year regional plan addressing 5 priority areas. The focus of these plans is to expand and enhance behavioral health systems of care across all age groups. You'll see on your slides the Behavioral Health Trust Fund, a little information about that. Again, it was supposed to be invested at $1 billion. In 2025, $100 million was invested, and in this last legislative session, right around $70 million was invested. We're hovering right around $200 million. That doesn't get us close to that $1 billion. Tribal engagement was a huge component of this. Region 2 includes Isleta and Sandia Pueblos. Isleta is actively partnering with us and will have their priorities to us by June 30th. Sandia, we're still communicating with, but has not agreed to partner with us quite yet. Our tribal allocation is $1,006,524, which equals $335,508 annually per year. Participation level for those tribal components is determined by the tribe. There's a lot of intricacies involved in that. Our project overview includes Bernalillo County as the accountable entity. Basically, all regions were tasked with picking an accountable entity. We worked closely with the city of Albuquerque to decide which one of us was going to take on that responsibility, and city of Albuquerque graciously allowed Bernalillo County to take on that requirement. Engagement included community listening sessions, enhanced sequential intercept model, the eSIM event, which I can go into more detail if you have questions about, the stakeholder committee meetings, which are public, and they were held weekly in the process of writing this plan, but are now moving to monthly as we enter into the interim between approval time and when we start implementation. And then the Senate Bill 3 webpage that Bernalillo County started. We're also on our presentation circuit. So like Dr. Lindstrom said, we presented to the LGCC. We're presenting to you this evening. We had the Health Equity Council just send us their final review of our document. We presented to the Addiction Treatment Advisory Board, the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and we are soon to present to the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. Our region's top priorities are policy, access, continuum of care, social drivers of health, and workforce development. Service gaps include Medicaid data, eSIM, and our adult assessment to provide us with information on where we needed to direct these services. And our funding considerations came from Medicaid funding, as well as looking at what our procurement process looks like. Oh man, I am using way more time. Okay, the funding. Native American service population, like I talked about. However, HCA, the Healthcare Authority, had a funding formula that they utilized. Region 2 is receiving $13,796,540, which equals roughly $4.2 million annually to attack this issue that we're talking about. We did receive early access funding, which was made available to us. For $2 million, the city of Albuquerque got $1 million to sustain the violence intervention program, and Bernalillo County got $1 million to renovate the Mariposa Residential Treatment Facility, addressing pregnant and postpartum women with substance use disorders. And you'll see a budget justification as the last slide, which I didn't quite make. We will stand for questions. Thank you.
Councilors, any questions?
I have one question.
Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What does ESIM stand for? I forgot.
Enhanced Sequential Intercept Model.
And what is that?
Yes, thank you for asking. That's a great question. So the sequential intercept model was developed by SAMHSA. It addresses intercepts.
What is SAMHSA?
Well, that's a good acronym that I should know all of the words to, but it's the Substance Abuse
And Mental Health Services Administration.
Yes, thank you. They created this years ago to talk about the different intercepts of the justice system where individuals with mental health issues can be diverted. Okay. So getting people out of the justice system or perhaps never entering the justice system due to mental health issues.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions? Doctor, Director, yes, sir.
Yes, I feel the need to do a bit of advocacy, and I did this in front of the LGCC last week as well. The Behavioral Health Trust Fund was intended to be a $1 billion trust fund that would generate an annual dividend that would produce roughly $50 million a year in new money to fill service gaps, to innovate, etc. And there was a measure in the last legislative session for 2026 to add an additional $650 million to broach making that trust fund whole. That measure never made it into House Bill 2, the budget bill. And so my advocacy for all of you is that I will be working with the County Commission around our legislative priorities for the next session. And I hope that that will be our priority on our legislative agenda, and I hope that it is for yours as well. Because we have these 3 years of gap funding, and this was just to carry us over until we could access the Behavioral Health Trust Fund. But if that trust fund's not made whole, we will have done a lot of this and not actually have the resources to meet the original intention of the act. So thank you.
Deputy Manager, Doctor, thank you for the presentation and the information.
Thank you.
Madam President, that completes proclamations and presentations.
Thank you, Vice President Champagne. So we are now on to the journal. I move approval of the April 6th journal. There's a motion, a second by Vice President Champagne. All those in favor, raise your, sorry.
Counselor Baca.
Yes.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Vice President Champagne.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Rogers.
Yes.
Counselor Tejas.
Yes.
President Pena.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now on to communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction, Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I move to pull R-15 out of Finance, Government, and Operations and place it on the May 4th Council agenda for action. R-15 is adopting the 2026 Action Plan and Program Investment Summary for the expenditure of Community Development Block Grants, Home Investment Partnership Program, and Emergency Solutions Grant Funds, and Workforce Housing Trust Fund, providing an appropriation to the Department of Health, Housing, and Homelessness for the 2026 U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Entitlement and Workforce Training, or trust funds. And the reason for this is that we have a deadline to submit it to HUD, and so we can't wait for the next FGO meeting. So that's the only reason, and I move.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout to pull R-15 out of Finance and Government. Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca.
Yes.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Vice President Champagne.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Rogers.
Yes.
Counselor Tejas.
Yes.
President Pena.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Counselor Feeblecorn, R21.
Thank you. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R21 on tonight's agenda for action. R21 is approving and authorizing the acceptance of grant funds from the Natural Resources Defense Council and providing an appropriation to the General Services Department beginning fiscal year 2027.
Second?
Second?
There's a motion, multiple seconds. I'll take Counselor Rogers. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is $4,500 that is coming from NRDC to continue the composting program that we set up in District 7. And so we did not realize that it had to be done quite as fast as this, but we received word last week that they wanted it done by the end of this month. So that's the reason for the immediate action.
You do. Thank you. Vice President Champagne with a question.
Just a quick question, and Councilor Feeblecorn, I'm not too sure if you can answer this, but in the write-up, it says that it's plans for expansion. What are the expansion plans? Because I know it's working in a certain area.
Thank you. I do have the, oh goodness, I can't see. Is Ann Simon here? Yes, she's coming. She can answer that question for you.
We can hold off on the question after the vote. I apologize. This was just for the vote.
Thank you. So there was a motion and a second by, who was the second? It was Counselor Rogers. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. Reports of committee. Counselor Lewis.
Madam President, point of order. I think we still have to approve the letter of introduction.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. The journal? We're on the journal. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. I move approval of the letter of introduction. There's a second by Vice President Champagne. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now we move on to reports of committee. Counselor Lewis.
Madam President, the Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, April 13th, and reports out the following items in the matter of EC 56, 59, 76. They be approved. Matter of EC 78, 80, and 81, that receipt be noted. Matter of R8 and R9, that they do pass. And the matter of 014, that it do pass is amended. And the matter of 017, that it do pass is substituted and be acted upon at the meeting at which is reported. Matter of 020 and R10, that they do pass, be acted upon at the meeting at which they are reported. The matter of 08, that it be withdrawn by the sponsor. I make a motion to accept the committee reports.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Vice President Champagne. Any questions? No. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes. Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Counselor Bassan.
Madam President, the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee met on Wednesday, April 15th, 2026, and reports out in the matter of R2 and R6 that they do pass. I make a motion to accept the committee reports.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout to accept the committee report. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes. Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we are now on to deferrals and withdrawals. I'm going to start with 0267. I'm going to let the staff talk about this. This is a recommendation of award of on-call planning services for City Council. So did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Padilla?
Madam President, the city council received an email at 4:30 saying that there were some legal issues that we wanted to look into. That was forwarded to us by Councilor Rogers about 10 minutes ago. And so we are recommending that you move for deferral, give us some time to look at the legal concerns, and then we'll report back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. So we will vote on this after. So, I lost my place. Okay, go ahead. Councilor, Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to pull EC 96 off the consent agenda. EC 96 is a Housing Forward Fund FY26 report. Is it an OC or an E?
You don't.
Okay. I have two more. Wish to pull item N, EC 99 off of consent agenda. EC 99 is the Albuquerque Energy Council FY 2025 annual report. And finally, item V, OC 5, and that is the CPOA's fiscal year of 26 one-year objectives update.
Thank you. So with those items pulled off the agenda, for those individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on a board or commission, thank you for your willingness to serve. I move approval of the consent agenda. There's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne for approval of the consent agenda. Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Basan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Beeblehorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we'll start with the first item, OC 26-7. That is recommendation of award of on-call planning services for City Council. And I would move a deferral of this item.
Second.
There's a motion and second for deferral by Councilor Grout. Madam Clerk.
Are we doing it to a deferral to the next meeting?
Next meeting till May 4th.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Basan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Beeblehorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. After reading the write-up for this, I just have a few questions for, I guess it would be the administration or whoever could answer these. In reference to the Housing Forward Fund FY26 report.
Council President and Councilor Champagne, we have our Director of Health, Housing, and Homelessness to answer any questions.
Director, while you make your way down there, the report emphasizes that the funding has been fully committed. When I quickly added up the funding, we were missing, of the $23 million, we're about $7.1 million short. So if it's has been fully committed, where did the $7.1 million go?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, your question is where's 7 point, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the total.
In the report, it lists the numerous, and I have a kind of a side question. It lists 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas that the funding of the 23 million, the funding went to. When I add those things up from the report that you provided, it adds up to $15.8 million, which is not 23 million. So I'm curious where the 7.1 million goes.
My apologies, Madam President and Councilor Champagne. I would have to work through the math to see what project it was actually allocated to and or missing on the summary that I have. I'm sorry. I can do some quick math to see where we're at, but. Madam President, Council Champagne, my totals are coming up to the 23 as far as project on the summary that was attached to the report at the end, and unless my math is off. So I'm not sure where that shortage is showing up at. I've got the Sure Stay Los Altos Labs conversion for 6.1 million, the additional 76,000 that was attached to that project, West Mesa Ridge A, which was for 8 million, quality suite study of only 6,000 that was spent, energy efficiency improvements, city-owned 1.5 million, beach apartments roughly 57,000, another 130,000, 3,700, 6,500, and the last allocation for 3.3 million, the 1 million for Lomas Towers and Park Central 2 million, and then the administrative cost of 776 for 23. Is that correct? It might be $10 extra. I'm hearing, thank you. I'd have to do the actual subs to the cents, but.
Let me move back, Director, so I can see where the analysis showing 3 million. I've got 8 million to the West Mesa Ridge.
Correct.
I've got 1.5 in a project that was canceled, so $225,150 was put toward it, but then the federal funding was canceled, so you reallocated 1.4 million, 800,000 to the new energy efficiency program and 674,000 to the beach apartment stairway rehabilitation. I've got 3.3 million going to the stairway rehabilitation center, and I have 3 million allocated to the commercial property to housing conversions.
Sure Stay Los Altos Lofts, did you count that 6.1 million?
It wasn't included in the write-up here.
Oh, no,
How much was
the
missing on there?
attached budget, Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne.
Madam President, how much was missing? How much was allocated to that then?
6.113858.03 cents, and then an additional 76,629 for the architectural services. So that's roughly 6.2.
Is that what's missing on that then? Because
that might be the account that's not on your write-up for Sure Stay, because that project was completed, and some of these are still either in the updates were either a project that was either changed, like the federal government ICAST efficiency, and so we had to reappropriate that. West Mesa Ridge, which was just allocated, and that development agreement's going out. So I'm believing that shortage might have been the completed project for Los Altos Loft Sure Stay.
okay. And Director, just an odd question. Some of the things that were reported were really even numbers, 8 million, 3 million. But yet the stairwell was reported to the penny. Is there a reason? I'm just out of curiosity.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, great question. This particular project and rental for that facility has evolved per phase. It has evolved everything from relocation fees for individuals to new apartments while we're doing the repair work, multiple architectural sections and designs for those stairwells, and then final appropriations and then actual costs. So yes, we've been spending down on that one quite a bit, and the tallies are either coming in as the invoices are and the work is being done. And so that's why you see the various different amounts for each one as they're paid. I mean, I can highlight those for you, whether it's the flooring and the shoring, the railing modifications and the bracing, structural evaluation, due diligence. There were 2 fees related to that, and then of course the overall construction costs, which were the large bulk of the funding, went 3.3 million.
Okay. Could you email me that? I mean, could you email me the focus? I'm missing some things here, so I want to be able to just kind of add them up and my quick little APS math going. So,
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, absolutely.
Thank you, Director. And just one last question. This is an annual report for fiscal year 26, right? And that's the dates of July to June?
Madam President and Councilor, yes, this is our update to you all in regards to where that funding sits in the annual report and where we are with the allocated projects. We provide that to you via the accountability for that funding. There's no new funding to it, so until it's exhausted and completely drawn down, we will continue to give you those updates.
Perfect. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Champagne. Councilor Grau.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. I just have a question about the beach apartments. Can you tell me how that project's coming along? It's been a while.
Yes.
And it's a beautiful building, and I want to get people back in it. So tell us about it.
Madam President, Councilor Ground, thank you for that question. Yeah, so phase one is nearing completion, and we are starting to look at phase two. The redesign for those stairs have been completely done. I've actually seen the mock-ups, and they lend themselves to trying to preserve the original architecture that was done years ago, all the way down to the hue lighting that it's traditionally known for when you drive by Central on that neon lighting. They're building it into the stairwells to kind of make sure that they're honoring the original architect's design and concept. But phase one is done. We're moving into phase two. And I know I just recently signed off. There are some folks that are being relocated to other living units. And so we're providing that before we start the actual construction.
So what was phase one?
So the, Madam President, Councilor Grout, the actual apartment complex is designed in a very unique way. And what we did is identify the staircases that were failing most immediately and identify that as phase one and are addressing all of those. While we move forward with assessing the building, we went staircase to staircase according to how that property sits. And we are phasing that out for repairs, which we prioritize the most urgent stairwells that were basically failing.
Thank you, Madam President. Will people be able to move back? Are people moving back in, or when will they move back in? What's that plan?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, our goal is to keep that facility under our portfolio and house as many people and individuals as they can. I think when the construction site is kind of done and allowable, folks will have the opportunity to return and or new rentals to go in there. Some individuals have chosen to move into other properties under our portfolio, and they may wish to stay there and or return, but they get first priority choice.
How many apartments are there?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, I don't have the full number. I'd have to get that from our records. I just can't remember that.
Over
right
100?
now.
Is it over 100?
I want to say it's close to that, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the update.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilor Grout. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple questions. So this report does not show a full before and after allocation table, which makes it reconciliation really difficult. So I'd like to ask that we include a table so that we can easily see, simple table that says project, the original allocation, and I'll send this to you because I just thought of it now. That would make it easier for us. So like project, the original allocation, the reallocated amount, right? Because I'm seeing money being, and what you're allowed to do, move it to different projects, but I can't follow the money. And so that's really hard when we're talking about housing forward trust like these dollars. A final allocation spent to date and how much is remaining would be super helpful for us to be able to, in a snapshot, we'll be able to see the final amount. We'll be able to see if you move something from here to here. Because one of the glaring things that I see that is severely underfunded is one of the programs, our energy program. When I was looking just kind of line by line, originally it was 1.5 allocated, and there was only 25,000 spent in your report. And so all the other funds were reassigned somewhere else. And so I think that before and after allocation table will help us be able to reconcile what's happening with these funds. And then what was the assumed IDOH that you put on these projects?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers.
I can't do quick math, but I know the project totals were 23 million and IDOH was 776,000. So yes. I don't know what that percentage breaks down to.
I want to believe it's closer to 2.75 or 3%.
Awesome. So you took what we passed, not 5%. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's why I wanted to call it out, because I appreciate you using what we passed at this body for IDOH, especially on housing, right? These are housing dollars. Okay, so I think, and thank you for asking about the stairways, because I had a lot of questions about that one. I think that one went way above the allocated amount for that. So I think the allocation table would help me see, we roughly spent 3.3 total already, so I just want to see how far over what we allocated, because that's a major project and that we've gone above. Rightfully so, because people need to get to the stairs to their apartments that they're paying rent for. And in city properties, we cannot be having slum landlord type problems in our properties. Like, we're always talking about our landlords and what they're doing or not doing. And if the city isn't doing it, that's even, to me, more egregious. So I think that would help me be able to just be able to reconcile. I have so many others. I'd love to see how much has been reallocated over the years, but we're not going to go there. We'll just talk about this one. And I think the biggest question to our administration is, can you certify that no housing fund dollars have been spent outside council authorized project purposes? Whoever from the administration would like to answer.
You want me to? Madam President, Councilor Rogers, within this appropriated funding, I'm hearing it might be a larger question than just that. Yes, within this, it is approved. We have to track it. The reallocations can happen within. We have to bring that to you all. And I don't believe any of the proposed items that you're asking for are beyond reason, and so we'd be happy to provide it.
Thank you. So I will, Madam President, I hear that as a yes, they will certify that. But I think the reconciliation table will help us see that, because if I can't follow it,
sure.
I'm a trust but verify kind of gal. So I just want to be able to have the information to verify. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Rogers. Councilor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So first, I just wanted to clarify one thing that Councilor Rogers was asking about, because you and I have had a couple of conversations about that. Yes. So we had the 1.5 million for energy efficiency for city-owned properties to make sure that we were reducing the amount of energy used in those properties, and also, of course, meeting our climate goals. And the contractor that was going to do that work is no longer able to do that work, so they did a very minimal amount, like $25,000 worth. And so then we talked through how to split that up a little more. They needed more to finish the beach stairs, which has to be done. And so if you look on the chart, you'll see that about 800,000, which is a little over half of the original, is going to go into a new energy efficiency program to make sure that we're getting those units upgraded, and the rest went into the beach stairs, which again is a lot of money for stairs. But I had a couple more questions, if I can. Can you just tell me how many units are at the Sure Stay lofts, the Los Altos lofts conversion?
Madam President, Council Fiebelkorn, I may have to get that back to my recollection. I thought it was just over 100, like 101 units in that.
101?
Yeah,
Okay,
they're
close
mostly
enough.
studios with a few one-bedrooms.
Okay, thank you. And then the rest of the actual new affordable housing construction with these $23 million is all under construction now. That is the only completed project, is that right?
Let me look at my list. Apologies to make sure, because I can tell you. Madam President, Council Fiebelkorn, yes, Sure Stay's done. West Mesa Ridge, we just broke ground on last week. Beaches Apartments is a reno. Lomas Towers under construction, as the Park Central, yeah.
Right. So we've had this Housing Forward Fund around for several years, and we only have one completed project. I'm very excited about the projects that are in construction, but I just want to note for the public that a majority, well, maybe not a majority, but a large percentage of the funds that were in this Housing Forward Fund have been used for existing upgrades, which is really great, but it wasn't exactly the impetus for creating the Housing Forward Fund. And so I just wanted to thank you for your work on actually moving forward with some of these projects that are going to actually create new housing units. Understanding that you, of course, have to keep the ones that we have, but I would like to think in the future that we can think through more regular ways of creating funding for literal upkeep of our assets, and use funding that comes in like this for actual creation of new housing units. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, I make a motion that receipt be noted.
There's a motion second by Councilor Grout. Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Basant?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne,
Yes.
Councilor Pieplecorn,
Yes.
Councilor Grau,
Yes.
Councilor Lewis,
Yes.
Councilor Rogers,
Yes.
Councilor Tejas,
Yes.
President Pena,
Yes.
passes unanimously.
Thank you. Vice President Champagne, EC 99.
Madam President, EC 99 is the Albuquerque Energy Council fiscal year 2025 annual report. I just have a few questions for the administration on this, and a quick explanation. Can you explain the 3% set aside? It states in there that the 3% set aside totaled $840,000, which went into the general fund.
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, that 3% is something that comes out of the bond fund for energy efficiency projects.
Okay. In the past, what's been the CIP savings in the past from that?
Let's see. We have saved more than 855,000 kilowatts of electricity based on the past 2 years of our investments. In dollars, it's around 500,000.
On top of the 840, Madam President? Is that correct, Director?
I'd have to double check those numbers. I'm pinch hitting for my colleague, Safe Ishmael.
And some of that, Madam President, some of that money is going into, wanting to go into reinvestment into the program, correct? And into the city projects, into city facilities, is that correct?
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, all of the funds are only used for city facility upgrades, yes.
Okay. It's noted in here, Madam President, it's noted in here that you want to raise it from 3% to 5%. If it's creating this amount of money and it's generating this amount of great projects that reinvested, why the increased? Why not just keep currently, slowly keep going with the current projects and the current 3%?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, that was a recommendation from the 9-member board of the AEC appointed by this body.
Okay. And Madam President, what's the plan for the upcoming 840,000? Since it goes back into general fund and can be used for pretty much anything. Do we know?
It's my understanding, Madam President, Councilor Champagne, that the projects are all identified by the Albuquerque Energy Council members, this 9 council member body, and we allocate them for very specific projects. And each one of these projects is brought before the board every month.
Okay, perfect. Madam President, just out of curiosity, this was dated on January, the EC was dated on January 27th of this year. Is there a reason why it took so long for it to show up? Do you know?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I do not know.
Okay. And Madam President, when's the last time we received one of these reports? Do you know?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I believe that the FY24 annual report was submitted to this body in and around January of 2025.
Okay, do we know the administration, Madam President, do you know the EC to that? Right offhand?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we don't.
Okay. Madam President, is there a way I can get the ECs from the past? I mean, which those were to review them?
We can get you that information.
I appreciate that, thank you. Madam President, and just, there was I believe the original goal was 25%, to reach 25% solar for municipal buildings by 2025. Have we reached that?
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, thank you so much for the question. The goal is 100% renewable electricity energy on all for all city operations. This is not a net zero goal. We still have boilers. We still have some carbon emitting energy forms in the city of Albuquerque, but the more we put our solar infrastructure on our facilities, the more offset we have with our fossil fuel energy consumption. So we should be on target to offset all of our electricity with 100% renewable by the end of this year.
And that matches, Madam President, that matches the mayor's goal that he set, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, yes, thank you.
Madam President, just one last question. And I know it's proposed that it goes from 3 to 5%. If it does not go to 5%, what's the fallback of that then?
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, we're doing really good things with this money. We're upgrading our lighting with LED lighting. We're putting on the solar panels. We are looking at our water savings. We're looking at our gas savings. We're making even our gas boilers more energy efficient. We're making our parks and open space brighter and safer with better lighting. It's going to good use, and it'll continue to do that.
Yeah, Madam President, it'll go either at 3 or 5%. It'll still keep plugging away at that and go to good use.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of questions that came up while in line with Councilor Champagne's. You said this money can only be spent for energy savings projects. Is that correct?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, energy efficiency measures, lighting, water efficiency, solar, that kind of thing.
Okay, and so that's what confused me, because in your write-up about with a 5% set aside, the city will, and I'm reading directly from the report, free up additional operating budget to redirect to other critical needs, including public safety, infrastructure maintenance, community services year after year. So can you tell me about that?
Madam President and Councilor Rogers, I think that the thinking was because these are there are expenditures that have to be made. Sometimes we go beyond what's in our allocation. I think the thinking was that those additional resources would then be able to be used by the general fund.
Right, but not, you said it wasn't allowable outside of energy projects or energy efficiency type projects. So I would argue we can't spend it on that. And then the other thing that was in here, you said community engagement and listening tours. To Councilor Champagne's point, this was dated January, and it said Q1 2026, AEC and city councilors will engage in each district in listening tours. When can I expect one in District 6? Because my district loves energy savings. They love the brain. We actually asked for a brain presentation at our State of the District and didn't get a response. So when can District 6 expect, and I'd love community engagement's my jam, so I'd love to work with you on planning those. When can we expect those?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, this is an idea that has come from the 9-member AEC board, and they're very interested in getting out into the community. So as soon as we get those scheduled, we'll let you know.
Okay, well, it said Q1 in your report, and Q1's over.
I realize
so
that.
Can we be a
Thank
little
you.
more specific? Because I like to put just follow-ups so I can follow up with your team.
Thank you.
In the appropriate
Madam President,
time.
Councilor Rogers, I am pinch hitting for my colleague, Saif Ishmael, and we will confer with energy and sustainability and get back to you as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. And I'll have my team reach out because we're doing participatory budgeting, round 2. You can just hitch your wagon to ours and come along and talk about that, especially as our community members are putting in projects. Some of them could be, a lot of them actually have been around sustainability, food access, and all the work we're doing with your department already with food access. I think this would be a perfect intersection, and you can just come along to all the parties we're going to be throwing and talk to District 6 residents about this, because this is extremely important for all of us, of course. But I think I just want us to do what we say we're going to do here, and this is incredibly important for my district. So I'm excited to work with you on that.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, in earlier conversations I had, I was under the impression that this funding does not go back into the general fund. Do we have staff from council services that can clarify that?
It looks like Mr. Motzko's.
Madam President, Councilor Basant, that is correct. The 3% for energy set aside is part of the general obligation bond program. So out of each purpose, 3% is reserved, just like 1% for 1.5% for public art and 2%, which is now 3% for open space. But it is a reserve specifically out of the general obligation bond program that can only be used for capital improvements for energy savings. So none of this money goes back to the general fund.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just looking through the write-up, and the last time we received an annual report was for fiscal year 2021 through 22, and that was EC 23-265. So if there was one after that, we need to know.
Thank you, Councilor Peoplecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just wanted to clarify, and I know Mr. Motzko left, but let me just, I think perhaps the confusion is that the funding for this comes from the GEO bond set aside, and it is set aside for these projects. The savings that are created from these projects do not go back into that fund. They go into the general fund. That is my understanding. And so, and I'm getting thumbs up, so that is the case. So the money to do the projects comes from the bond set aside. The money, the savings and utility costs goes into the general fund, which can be distributed however we distribute it. So I just had one quick question, and you might not know the answer to this, so I can just reach out to SAFE. But I was looking at some of the projects. They're really great projects, as always. I'm an Energy Council alum, so I love the work of this group. But I just noticed that a large percentage of our savings are still coming from LED conversions, and that is low-hanging fruit. All the utility programs have moved beyond lighting and into more impactful and long-term savings. And so I'm just wondering if we can get, you do not have to have this off the top of your head, but can we get an estimate of how much more we need to spend before we're going to be through that low-hanging fruit and get through the LED conversions and on to bigger projects? That would be a really helpful number to get if you can just get it and send it to me sometime. Thank you.
Thank you. So no other questions, Vice President Champagne. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Just one more, because that brought up on your report, just, so some parts of your report say project savings, and we know what the savings is. And some just have just the total for the project. So can we align that where we see the total for the project and then next to that, the savings? So, because I'm sure there's impact in savings, and I can see it on some of the line items, but some just have the project totals, but not the savings totals. So that would be super helpful, because we love to point to impact, to show we spent this and this is how much we saved based on that. Thank you.
Madam President, I make a motion that receipt be noted for EC 99.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Rogers for a receipt be noted. Ms. Montoya.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Peoplecorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. And the last one, OC5. I just have a few questions, and the director is here to answer them. Director, it is noted in this that sustained findings have increased from 21 to 49%, which has shifted the review focus towards sustained cases and delayed reviews of exonerated unfounded cases. I know we use an outside vendor to assist with this. Is that correct, or is it all in-house?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, no, the reviews are all in-house. So I conduct the final review of everything per the requirement, but I do have some support, obviously, from our lead investigator and our deputy director to do that.
Okay. Do we know what's contributed to this uptick, doubling, essentially?
It's a combination of a few different things. I think the increase in some of the PRT examples, use of PSAs, some of those various issues have created some of that increase. It's not that the department is doing things differently per se in terms of worse. It's just a matter of people are filing complaints. They know about us. We are receiving and being more efficient in our complaints. So when we receive a complaint, we are looking at it as to whether or not it has some viability to it. So you may have noticed we have a high number of intakes, but we've actually dropped our number of assigned complaints because we're resolving them through mediation, through informal mediation, through our better screening process. So the likelihood of a complaint when it's actually assigned has a higher likelihood of actually having something wrong. So that's most of what it is, but then some of the other things that have changed also with how the department and people and advertising too.
Okay, Madam President, what's the current caseload per investigator for CPOA?
We're running at just under 8 per, which is
8?
Yeah, right
After
about
7,
8.
but before 9, 8?
I'm sorry?
After 7, but before 9, 8? I just want to make sure.
7.75 is what the actual, but, so approximately 8 per investigator at this point, which is a much better number and much more manageable number than what it was previously, which was 15, 20, 25, not that long ago.
Okay. And Madam President, just one last question. If and it's kind of based on something else that's on the agenda later, and the report being read now, do you foresee an issue with that going to 15 or 20 or 25 if the item later on is passed and the scope is widened?
I don't, because actually it's not a widening of the scope. It's actually just maintaining it a status quo. We have been doing those investigations all along, but there was just a new concern about how the language of the ordinance maybe technically made it not feasible. So I don't anticipate a much change. And plus we are obviously hiring people. We have 2 more investigators to fill. So I'm still confident that it won't impact it negatively.
Perfect. Thank you, Director.
Sure.
Councilor, Vice President Champagne.
I believe it's Councilor Rogers who has a question.
Oh, you did? Sorry. Thank you.
Thank
Councilor
you.
Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. For the contractor, what's the maximum number of cases the contractor can handle?
Yes, Madam President, Councilor Rogers. So right now it varies for them, but they are having a lower number of available investigators themselves. So they have an active capacity of between 4 and 6, give or take.
6. Okay. And Madam President, what is the cost per outsourced case?
It's high, so we do try and keep most things in-house. They charge $75 an hour, plus taxes and all of that. So we do try and keep most cases in-house. The primary reason for the contractor is we do sometimes have conflict of interest type cases where it's better to outsource to avoid any appearance of possible conflict of interest, as well as there are occasionally a case that will have like a significant amount of review of evidence. And if we assign that to an in-house investigator, that tends to bog them down. It might even have to be the person is taken out of rotation to handle that one case. So if we use the contractor for something like that, we can keep the flow going and make sure that things don't bottleneck and accumulate.
Thank you. So if you were fully staffed, you'd still have the need for the outside case reviewer?
A little bit, but again, we try and minimally use them a minimal amount.
Okay, and just a couple more. What is your annual investigator turnover rate?
Well, in 2023, we had 3 leave, all very short period of time. Then we had another one that was gone due to being deceased. And then we had hired some, and then 2 more left, and then we hired. And so I'd have to figure out the actual percentage, but it's been a bit of a rotation lately.
Sure, thank you. Does HR give you a department report about turnovers? Or do they give any departments a report on turnovers?
I'm not aware. I just know of what in-house.
Nothing that you get from your HR department?
No.
Thank you. Okay. And then last question, I think is the most important question, is that reading in there that sustained cases could potentially be at risk for missing disciplinary deadlines. Do you know about how many of the sustained cases are currently at risk for missing disciplinary deadlines?
No, there are none.
Okay.
So that's the part of the triage that we need to do, is that we maintain all of the sustained cases. Anything that has the likelihood of being a sustained, that has to go to essentially the top of the line or the top of the pile, and then we move from there. So the sustained cases we stay on top of to make sure that they aren't missing anything.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I make a motion receipt be noted. Oh, feeble corn?
Oh, Councilor
I remove my motion.
Yeah, thank you. I did raise my hand. I just wanted to say quickly, I think it's important for us on the dais to understand or to think through the fact that the increase in the number of sustains, almost perfectly overlaps with the removal of the DOJ oversight. And I think that is something that is concerning to me, and I think it should be concerning to everyone, and I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Madam President,
Vice President Champagne.
make a motion receipt be noted on OC 5.
There was a motion and a second by Councilor Vincent. Already, Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Vincent?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. We are now on announcements. Councilor Grout.
Thank you. There will be a committee of the whole meeting on Thursday, April 30th at 5 p.m. in the Vincent E. Griego Chambers, basement level of the Albuquerque Government Center. This will be a hybrid meeting.
Thank you. We are now on to financial instruments. Councilor Rogers, by request, 017.
Thank you, Madam President. 017's committee sub is authorizing the execution and delivery of a water project fund loan grant agreement by and between the New Mexico Finance Authority and the City of Albuquerque, evidencing an obligation of the borrower grantee to utilize the loan and grant amount solely for water storage, convenience, and delivery project for Puerto del Sol Golf Course in District 6, the amount of $3 million, including a loan in the amount of $300,000. I move a do pass.
Second.
There's a motion, a second by Councilor Feeblecorn. Is there anyone signed up to speak? I didn't see anyone either. Any questions from councilors? Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a couple of questions. I didn't see that the debt obligation had a confirmed repayment source. Did that get worked out?
Thank you, Madam President. I did have our bond lawyer come up and answer that.
I wasn't sure who to ask, so thank you.
Madam President, Councilor Tejas, yes, so the repayment source is the state shared gross receipts tax on a subordinate basis. So the city has multiple bonds outstanding with the pledge of the state shared gross receipts tax, which is a AAA rated credit. The New Mexico Finance Authority, which is lending the money for this transaction, takes a bottom level to that so that all of the, doesn't impact the city's credit or its outstanding debt. Related to that payment source and the loan itself, the loan is at 0.25% over up to 20 years, could be repaid at any time. It's about $15,000 a year annual debt service.
Okay. And Madam President, is there an amortization schedule or any sort of depreciation schedule for the equipment that's going in? I just want to make sure we're not still paying something
Yes.
that we have to repair before that.
Madam President, Councilor Tejas, I can speak to the amortization schedule for the debt, which is 20 years at $15,000 a year. But from a bond financing, yes, the useful life of the improvement must be less than the weighted average maturity of the debt. And since this can be repaid at any point, that's great. I'd have to defer to Mr. Simon in terms of the equipment itself. I don't know. Where'd he go? Right there. Do you know?
Madam President and Councilor Tejas, I want to make sure I understand your question specifically, but the useful life, of course, of these improvements will be, to simplify this whole long title of the bill, it's an irrigation renovation. So the irrigation material will last a long time.
Thank you so much, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So seeing no other questions, Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, I urge your support.
So there was a motion, a second, for 017 for a due pass. Ms. Montoya?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Fablecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Counselor Grout by request 020.
Thank you, Madam President. 020 is authorizing the issuance and sale of City of Albuquerque, New Mexico general obligation bonds, Series 2026, in 3 series in a collective par amount not to exceed $89,610,000, consisting of $56,360,000 general purpose general obligation bonds, Series 2026A, $8,250,000 general obligation storm sewer bonds, Series 2026B, and 3 that $25 million short-term general obligation bonds, taxable Series 2026C. The Series 2026A bonds, Series 2026B bonds, and Series 2020C bonds collectively are referred to as the Series 2026 bonds. I move a due pass.
There's a motion, a second by Vice President Champagne. Counselor Grout?
Madam President, we do have a floor sub. It's floor sub 02620. I move a due pass.
There's a motion, a second for, to move a floor sub by Vice President Champagne.
Madam President, there's usually always a floor sub for these things. Mr. Muirhead, could you explain why?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, in this case, there were a couple of blanks as introduced while the municipal advisor was finalizing the structure. So those blanks have been filled in. Substantively, it's the same
Very good.
structure from the introduction.
Title didn't change or anything like that.
And that goes for the bid resolution that's next also.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam President, these bonds were approved by the voters on November 4th, 2025. They'll fund projects, capital projects in public safety, $10.5 million, parks, $12.1 million, streets, $28.75 million, community centers, $9.8 million, storm sewers, $8.25 million, and smaller amounts for libraries, transit, cultural facilities. And I move a due pass.
Yeah, there was already a motion, a second for a due pass of the floor sub. So, Ms. Montoya?
Oh, I think there might be one person just.
Yeah, I think I was just going to go ahead and move the sub and vote on it, and then
Okay.
we'd go to the public speaker to on the full bill.
Perfect. Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Fablecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
So now we're back on the bill as substituted, and we have one person signed up to speak. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam President. We have John Vaughn to speak.
I'll wait till later.
Madam President.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that concludes public comment that never started. So we are back on the bill. Are there any questions from councilors? Councilor Rogers.
All right, thank you, Madam President. But seriously, I always have questions. Sorry, y'all. Just reading, do my homework. So question for Mr. Muirhead. Why is, in a housing crisis, affordable housing $0 here, and Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency, we authorized $10.1 million for affordable housing, but 0 on this Series 26. And we authorized 2.5 for Metropolitan Redevelopment, but it's zeroed out. The only 2 line items in this whole thing that are zeroed out. Can you tell me why?
Yes, Madam President, Councilor Rogers, I don't know that I'm the right guy to give you the answer, but I'll tell you what the lay of the land is, at least where it is. So the questions as submitted, you can then issue over a 4-year period, and generally the city issues all of the voter-approved GO debt in 2 cycles. And so the first cycle being the 90 million roughly in this year, the second cycle being 90 million in 2027, which would include the affordable housing component and the metropolitan redevelopment component. I can say that the Department of Municipal Development looks through the projects for each category that you've all approved through the ICIP program, and I think identifies what is most lined up in immediacy to proceed this year. And I can't speak to that. I'm just...
Thank you, Madam President. I'd love to ask Director Turner why affordable housing wasn't risen to an immediate need.
President Pena and Councilor Rogers, yes, I agree that affordable housing and MRA are immediate needs, but the reality is that when council passed the ordinance appropriating these, or it was a resolution, I apologize, after the voters voted in November, council appropriated the funds, all the funds that the voters said yes to in November, and that in language in that resolution specifically said that those funds were available to spend immediately. And so we have activities for all those funds and we can spend them per council action immediately. So regardless of whether the bonds are sold today or next month, we already have the authority pursuant to council appropriating those funds to spend that money immediately. And that was language, and I don't have the resolution in front of me, I apologize, but there is specific language in that resolution.
Thank you. I vaguely remember that because we've done a lot of those, but I don't think that this council said not to include housing, affordable housing. And so I hear Mr. Muirhead said, you made the decision on how to divvy this up. And so, because we authorized and the voters, not we, the voters in 2025 election authorized 10.1 million for housing and 2.5 for Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency. So that's what the voters wanted. And so I guess I don't know how we fix that. I think what I'm hearing is that the next one of these you bring us will include housing and MRA? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, President Pena and Councilor Rogers, yes, that is correct. So traditionally, we have never sold all the bonds at once. I'm sure Mr. Muirhead can explain all the math and logic behind that. We do them in 2 chunks, but that $180 million is already available for spending. So we can spend it on affordable housing right now. I don't know why the CIP official decided to put housing in the second chunk, but it has zero practical effect because those funds are available to spend right now and are being spent.
Thank you, Madam President. Then the last final question is, then did we already assume this funding in our budget for affordable housing?
But Councilor President and Councilor Rogers, so the housing money is capital. It's in the general obligation bond program, and that is separate and distinct from our operating budget.
Right. So I'm asking, is it going to be in that budget? In our next CIP budget, will affordable housing from this bond be there?
President Pena, Councilor Rogers, since it was already appropriated, it's already been. The departments already have authority to spend down that funding. I would have to defer to Director Ramirez, I don't know if he's still here, to address the exact plans for that funding, but it has been already appropriated through council action.
Okay, thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councilor Tejas?
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question about the Series C bonds and why they're short-term taxable bonds. Is there a reason for the cash flow bridging here?
Yeah, Madam President, Councilor Tejas, yes, there are a couple of good reasons why that is done. So the 2020 2026A bonds and the 2026B bonds are long-term debt, so you're looking at those over a 15-year period to repay those. The 2026C bonds, there is the money coming in from your debt service levy based on appraised values or assessed values of homes and the property taxes coming in. I think, in terms of setting that by the municipal advisor in the city, it's not an exact science. So sometimes you have periods where there is more coming in than is needed for debt service, although that mill levy must be used for debt service. So in this case, there is $25 million of excess debt service money set in there that must go toward debt service, not directly to capital projects. So by doing a one-day bond, a short-term bond with the state treasurer, you are issuing the bond and then paying it back. The state treasurer is giving you $25 million. You're paying it back next day with the $25 million you accumulated. But you can do it taxable, so the IRS does not have any say in all the various rules and regulations we talked about a couple weeks ago with IDOH, although there's state law things. The IRS is not involved in these one-day short-term bonds, nor are you accruing interest over a long-term debt on $25 million, which at 3% accrues to a large number. So the reality is there's money sitting there that can't be used except for debt service. So periodically, maybe 60% of the time on these GO bonds, you have a short-term debt to use those debt service funds so that they can be basically converted to capital monies for the projects. They still go toward the same voter-approved projects. You're just not incurring that liability long-term and paying interest on it, and you're removing the IRS as an oversight.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Madam President. And are we having, I guess I'm just a little concerned that there's some backdoor budgeting going on with this on this particular project, but doesn't look like there was. So it seems pretty standard on that piece. I did have a question. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate you, Madam President. Just one more question for our wonderful director over here. On the projects, of the projects that are being funded, how many of them are shovel ready?
Council President, Council Tez, can you restate your question? I didn't hear though.
Yeah, I just want to know how many of the projects are shovel ready, so we're just not having idle money there and interest occurring, and want to make sure we can spend it without having to pay extra interest on those.
President Pena and Councilor Tejas. So we have $180 million in projects. Many of those have already started. They're already in construction. For example, my streets team, we get a penny and it's already spent. And I think Director Simon is exactly this. Because I look at the FSRs every month and I'm like, wow, nice work, Dave. But it really kind of depends, because some of the projects, for example, the pool at North Domingo Baca, we're in construction now, but we still need more money. And so if we don't have all the money available and we need to wait for state capital outlay, for example, we won't be able to start construction immediately. But believe me, my team is very aware that every day we wait on a project, it costs us more money. And so we do everything we possibly can to spend that money as quickly as we have it. And we're always looking at older money to make sure that it's getting spent down.
Thank you. And I understand, Madam President, I understand, costs are increasing as well. So for those projects that we had to wait for that money to come in, how much have a lot of things changed as far as costs for those? Are we seeing increases on what that looks like? You don't have to answer it now. I would just like to see where we had projects that we had to wait, if costs changed significantly from what was originally bid and accepted, if whatever those change requests might be and what those look like. And then for any projects that haven't yet started but are shovel ready for these dollars, if I can get a list of what that looks like as well.
President Pena and Councilor Tejas, about, 9 months ago, we did do a study. We had some charts and graphs about cost escalation we're seeing in New Mexico, and I actually just asked my team to update those so we can share as we kick off our general obligation planning cycle is starting about now. And so those are questions at the top of our minds, because for all the reasons you mentioned, yes, cost escalation is a thing. It costs will never, ever go down. When we price a project, we always build in a contingency knowing that we expect to see price escalation. So if we're early design and our contractors, and we get an estimate, and we know we won't be ready to build it until a year later, for example, then we will have like a 20 to 30% contingency to allow for just exactly what you said. So we're always thinking about that. I'm happy to get you some more numbers if that would be helpful.
That would be helpful for me. I was not here 9 months ago, so I'm a brand new baby. Yeah. So yeah, if you could get that to me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Final questions, Councilor Grau to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I urge your support.
There was a motion and a second, and we are back on the bill as substituted, 020. The second was by Vice President Champagne. Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peebles?
Yes.
Counselor Grau?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Councilor Grau by request, R10.
Thank you, Madam President. R10 is authorizing the giving of notices for bids for the sale of the City of Albuquerque, New Mexico general obligation bonds consisting of $56,360,000 general obligation general purpose bonds, Series 2026A, and $8,250,000 general obligation storm series bond, Series 2026B. I move a do pass.
There is a motion and a second for a due pass of R10, and the second was by Vice President Champagne. Councilor Grau.
Madam President, there is a floor sub. I'd like to move floor sub R2610.
Is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second for floor substitute to R10 by Councilor Bassan. Any questions, comments?
This,
do we have anybody signed up to speak? Okay. That you were trying to get my attention. Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Madam President. This is just a companion resolution to the bond ordinance that we just passed, and it authorizes and directs the city clerk to publish notice of the city's general obligation bond sale. The debt service on these bonds will be repaid from property tax revenue. So we need to.
So there's a motion and a second for, to move the floor sub by Councilor Bassan. Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peebles?
Yes.
Counselor Grau?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So, Councilor Grau back on the bill as substitute.
I urge your support.
Seeing no questions, Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peebles?
Yes.
Counselor Grau?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So now before we go on into appeals, we are going to take a break, and we will return at 7:55. Okay, we're back, everyone. So we are now on appeals, and ACO2, Dalia Solis, applicant, appeals the zoning hearing examiner's decision to deny a variance of 3 feet to install a 6-foot perimeter steel fence in the front yard for the property located at 237 Wyoming Boulevard Northeast, Zone MXM, VA 2025-00162. And Mr. Hall is here to explain because I think this matter is going to be withdrawn. So, Mr. Hall.
Pardon me. Council President Pena, councilors, that is correct. From the pendency of the last meeting where the council voted to reject the Lujo recommendation and schedule a full hearing, which would have fallen on this council, the applicant reached out by email and asked to withdraw the appeal. After confirmation, the council services received a communication from the applicant asking and requesting that it would be withdrawn. All it requires now is for this body to accept that withdrawal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hall. Councilor Rogers, this is in your district, so I'll defer to you.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move for a withdrawal.
Second. There's a motion and a second by Councilor Grout for withdrawal. Madam Clerk, Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca. Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. We are now on ACO3, Matthew Cunningham, applicant appealed the zoning hearing examiner's decision to deny a variance to install a 5-foot 10-inch perimeter steel fence in the front yard of the property located at 2513 4th Street Northwest, Zone MXM, and NRC VA 2025-00154. Mr. Hall will explain this appeal.
Council President, councilors, this appeal concerns a proposed variance of 2 feet 10 inches to install a 5-foot 10-inch perimeter steel fence. The property located at 2513 4th Street, Albuquerque, New Mexico 87102. This is Council District 2. The subject property is near the intersection of Manal and 4th Street. The subject property is being proposed to be used as a beef jerky manufacturing and sales facility. Upon application for the variance to the ZHE denied the variance, finding that there were no special circumstances applicable to the subject property that are not self-imposed and do not apply generally to other property in the same zone of vicinity. And 2, because all prongs of the variance test, of which are 5, need to be satisfied and there were no special circumstances, the ZHE did not need to examine the other prongs of the variance test. The applicant appealed the ZHE's denial of the variance, generally arguing 3 points. First of which is that the 5 criteria under the variance test were discretionary, not mandatory. Secondly, that the presence of crime and unhoused folks and drug use in the area constituted special circumstances. And third, that the ZHE applied the variance test in a discriminatory, arbitrary, or capricious manner. The Lujo held a hearing on this matter and rejected all 3 of these arguments. First of which, the Lujo definitively held that the variance criteria, of which there are 5 criteria, must all be met. The rule states that the variance is approved by the ZHE shall be approved if it meets all 5 criteria. It is not discretionary. Secondly, the Lujo indicated that the crime, drug use, unhoused persons in the vicinity of the property do not constitute special circumstances, and pulled from the applicant's testimony itself. The applicant testified that they are, quote, we're having a lot of problems with the homeless just like everybody else. If LUHO reasoned that if they're having problems that are similar to everybody else, then it can't definitionally be a special circumstance. Last, the applicant, the LUHO rejected the argument that the neighboring fences in the area were sufficient evidence to show that the ZHE applied the variance test in a discriminatory, arbitrary, or capricious manner. The ZHO noted that there was insufficient evidence that would indicate these other fences were granted under circumstances that would evince that kind of discrimination. Quote, without sufficient facts for a fair comparison, the applicant's theory of discrimination and/or arbitrary decision-making by the ZHE lacks substantial evidence and cannot be sustained. As a final note, LUHO indicated that upholding the ZHE's decision would not leave the applicant without options to secure his property. Notably, the applicant could construct a side yard fencing to the height proposed without a variance or setback, or two, could construct the front-facing part of the fence to a height of 5 feet if the fence was set back 10 feet from the sidewalk and landscaping was installed pursuant to IDO section 57D3C. The LUHO recommendation is to uphold the ZHE's findings and deny the variance and deny the appeal. Stand for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. So I don't know if there's any questions for Mr. Hall right now, but I'm going to read out our options, and then I'm going to go to Councilor Baca because this is in his district. So our council options are to accept LUHO recommendation and findings as one. Two is accept LUHO recommendations and adopt different findings. And lastly, reject LUHO recommendation. So Councilor Baca, you first.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. I don't have any questions for Mr. Hall. I think this one's pretty clear cut. You know, there were the five findings to be made, and they weren't found. And of course, I do recognize that there are issues with the homeless and crime throughout our city, in front of my own house, to be honest. But that said, we are a quasi-judicial. Our job is to look at the facts of the case as they are, to take our bias out of it and follow the rules as they've been created. And so with that, I would make a motion to accept the LUHO recommendations and findings.
Second.
So there's a motion to accept the LUHO recommendations and findings by Councilor Feeble-Corn and Councilor Tejas. You pick. Are there any questions? Councilor Baca? To close?
No.
Okay. Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I'm going to defer to the, you know, the counselor who's making the recommendation. But this is pretty remarkable. I think there's been, you know, more of these before the council, more than ever, I think, at least since I've been around. But you have to, I think you have to recognize the just outright desperation among our business owners in these areas. And I think Councilor Baca is recognizing that too. I'm not, but it's pretty remarkable that our, you know, business owners and parts of our city are, you know, having to, you know, resort to just anything and everything they can. I mean, but this is someone who's dealing with the crime and drugs and homelessness. It's affecting their business. I gotta wonder if this is, you know, some of the reasons that we're losing, you know, businesses in our city. People are leaving our city. So I think we're going to have to really start looking at some of these zonings and variances, and to be able to help folks, to be able to protect their property, to be able just to do business, to be able to employ people and do business. If we're not going to really you know, work hard on some of the things that are plaguing our city right now. Which makes you know, makes our budget important. It makes our the effectiveness of our departments and the programs that we have as a city important. When we're spending $55,000 per homeless individual in our city right now, that this council or this mayor is proposing right now, what we've been doing, what we're proposing. I mean, we really have to stop and go, is this working? And if not, what can we do to really help these business owners to be able just to do business in our city? But I think that's at the heart of the issue here.
Councillor Grau.
Thank you, Madam President. I would agree with Councillor Lewis. And I understand Councillor Baca's recommendation and following the law, and I do understand that. And so we have to take our bias out, like you said. With that said, today, a customer of mine picked up their car, and they said, in their words, it's very timely that they said this to me today. They said, "Oh, I didn't know that you were a counselor," and yeah. And he said, 8 years ago, Central looked a lot different than it does now. You go up and down Central, and there are fences in front of properties, businesses, all up and down Central. And it's like the businesses and the employees are having to protect themselves from the outside. And it's sad, because that's true. About 2, maybe 6 weeks ago, I got vandalized again, and someone said, "Oh, you should put a fence around your property." And I'm like, "No, I am not going to do that. Number one, we don't make enough money to put up a $100,000 fence. But I'm not going to put myself behind a fence. I don't want to live that way." And so it's sad that businesses feel the need to do that. It's unfortunate. Government's job is to protect us, and it makes me sad when we fail. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, did you want to say any final words, Councillor Baca?
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. I have to agree with Councillor Grau and Councillor Lewis as well, right? Like, we've reached a point where across the city, a fence is what people want to turn to, and it doesn't send a good message. Just like Councillor Grau just said, what does it say if all of our businesses have giant fences in front of them? It's like going to a neighborhood that has bars and fences in front of their houses. It's typically not where you want to be, and that's across our city. And while we may need those fences, and I live downtown, so I know exactly what everyone's going through. We also have to get to the root of the issue and really target some of these things, which are much. I know everyone at the dais here is 100% behind that, and so we do need to get to the root of it, not just throw up fences everywhere. That said, I can't imagine if an appeal goes up to a district court, and you guys are just making decisions based on your emotions, not on what the rules are, and so that's what I base this on. That's it, and I very much want to help this business and all businesses. So with that, I urge everyone's support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baca. So in the matter of AC 03, there was a motion and a second by Councillor Fablecorn to accept the Lujo recommendations and findings. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Baca?
Yes.
Councillor Vincent?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councillor Fablecorn?
Yes.
Councillor Grau?
Yes.
Councillor Lewis?
Yes.
Councillor Rogers?
Yes.
Councillor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we are now on to general public comments. Members of the public can provide live public comments to the council in person or virtually if they have signed up for public comment per instructions published on the agenda on our website on Friday. Here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant has 2 minutes. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only through the council president. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. There's a 2-minute time limit, and the bell will ring to indicate your time is up. As a reminder, pursuant to our rules of procedure, Article 1, Section 8C, general public comment shall not be permitted on quasi-judicial matters. Please do not include your comment anything related to quasi-judicial matter, including city street renaming processes, the Lujo appeals we just heard, and failure to comply with this rule may result in your being, it says cut off here, Anyway, please take this time now to edit your comments. Mr. Cornelius, can you please call the name of the first speaker?
Thank you, Madam President. Janet Sayers has shifted to Zoom. So first up is Lisa Christopherson, followed by Grace Dukes.
In light of, 420 Day, and also just as a joke, come on now, we're friends now, the 1 minute, right? So I looked up 420 and it said 1 minute till 419. See, get it? Haha, okay. Come on, it's kind of funny. Happy 420 Day. All right, Councilor Pena, councilors, thought I'd start off on a light note. That's in honor of 420. And thank you so much for legalized THC in New Mexico. It's good medicine. Compassion requires empathy and understanding of the contributing factors causing a problem that humans face. The sweeps, the moving humans around town, hide them from public view, solves a problem for businesses, putting up fences. Thank you so much. It's not the solution. Yes, we need it for protection, but it's not the long-term look we want for our city. So what then can we do? Civil suits, right, have been settled with the city, right, for our interactions with our unhoused, those people with mental health businesses. So I just want to encourage us. And by the way, Baca in the future, Pena, for the counselor who's proposing 0624. I went out yesterday, a group of us went out with Skyline Superhero, went out on the street. And thank you so much, Counselor Rogers. We had a great interaction for a good, 2 hours, 3 hours. And then right at the end, I learned of a situation. We have no medical services on the weekends for folks who, this guy was bleeding. He was in a diabetic, it was like a bad problem. And the police showed up first. We can work on that later. But I would encourage some people to come out and visit with us as we're going. If you like Skyline so much, why don't you come out and do a patrol with them? Then you can see what the impact of that ordinance might do. There are other solutions to incarceration. Too bad we have weak leadership in the mayor's office. An Albuquerque council with a GOP lean that direction. Then we have two people who are kind of voting that way. It doesn't give us a whole lot of hope that some of the things we're really concerned about will be addressed. Thank you.
Grace Dukes, followed by Let's Otvo.
Members of the council, we are at a crossroads. Will the city embrace progress, or will we continue to run things the same way, eventually running the great city of Albuquerque into the ground? That is the question before you today. That is the question routinely presented to you in the past. It used to be 5-4 votes in favor of things staying the same way, but with the addition of Councilor Baca after last meeting, they're now 6-3. Routinely, you have chosen to continue with business as usual, just like Mayor Keller. Whether it's zoning reform or renter protections or ranked choice voting, you have routinely shown that your consultants own you. It is all out there in plain sight. You vote against us because the only voice you're accountable to is your campaign managers. You will continue to push draconian policy to criminalize homelessness while driving up the cost of housing for your private equity landlord buddies so much that we are forced onto the street because we cannot afford housing. When will you stop private equity? When will you stop them from scavenging our city? When your campaign manager says it's okay? When will you take a stand? Because your campaign manager owns you. You do what they say. You will continue to do nothing and cut essential services like transit to leave Burqueños with less options and an increasingly worse economy. You will continue to claim that you represent your districts well while not listening to overwhelming support for positions that you vote against. You will continue to vote against your constituents until you're up for re-election, when you will suddenly pivot. I'm here to tell you that the people will not forget that you voted against them. We will find better representation that will vote for us if you continue voting against us. And in honor of 420, thank you for legal weed. It is going to become a necessity for Burqueños struggling to stay afloat with the depressing news coming from this chamber as you continue to make our daily lives more and more genuinely unbearable. Thank you.
Let's Otvo, followed by Brick Jonesy.
Overhead, please. Madam Council, President, Councilors. I'd like to introduce you all to this New Mexican law. It's crimes against public peace. It's not just for the staff and public officials, but it's also for the general public. Pay particular note to A. No person shall, at or in any building or other facility or property owned, operated, or controlled by the state or any of its political subdivisions willfully denied to staff, public officials, or the general public. Lawful freedom of movement within the building or facility or the land of which it is situated. Lawful use of the building or facility or the land on which it is situated, or the right of lawful ingress and egress to the building or facility or the land on which it is situated. Any person who violates this provision of this subsection shall be deemed guilty of a petty misdemeanor. No person shall willfully refuse or obey to leave the property or any of the buildings, other facility owned or operated, if the person is committing a crime. Just wanted to thank for giving us our 2 minutes today. I'd also like to remind you that we'd like to get these comments put back. I don't think they were ever there, but I'd like to see the comments on YouTube so that people that can't be here can express their opinions. Thank you.
Brake Jonesy, followed by Diane Souter.
Overhead, please. All right, just want to touch on this statute you just heard. I mean, you guys really should be familiar with it. The ordinance really should reflect it. Really, the crux of the matter is the right of lawful ingress and egress, right? So if you guys rent out a space to from a private entity, essentially like the Family Advocacy Center, it's rented from Lotus Management, which is like a private company that owns the building. Okay, you rent the building. Or you rent the access, right? So lawful ingress, egress means you get to go in and out as public, general public. You guys can't be stopped from going in there. We can't be stopped from going in there, okay? Now, we could be trespassed if we're committing a crime. Technically, it's just, we're committing a crime. You might as well just arrest the person, as far as I'm concerned. If they're committing a crime, I don't see the reason why you would just trespass them, like arrest them. But if they're not committing a crime and they need access to the services, it's a public entity within that building. Just like at the public defender's office, you cannot trespass someone for lawful ingress egress. Also, to couple that is E in that statute. Nothing in this section shall be construed to prevent lawful assembly and peaceful, orderly petition for the redress of grievances, including any labor disputes. So even with labor disputes, but particularly pay attention to petition for the redress of grievances. That's our IPRA. How am I supposed to do an IPRA if every time I go to the public defender's office or the FAC, you trespass us? You're interfering with my lawful right to petition for a redress of grievances. You're interfering with me. Your officers, who haven't even sworn their oath, are interfering with my right. They're committing crimes. These are crimes. Now, if I did it, you'd arrest me. Or trespass me, apparently. I don't know why you would trespass me. Just fucking arrest me if I'm committing a crime. Don't trespass me. Fair enough? Thank you. Have a good day.
Diane Souter, followed by Clay Campbell.
Hi there, my name is Diane Souter, and I am the chair of the Albuquerque Open Space Advisory Board. And as such, we are requesting that as you dissect the budget and as you go through your meetings, you really take a look at maintaining the budget for the open space division. Maybe in light of increasing entrance fees or other fees that the open space division requires. In 1989, I chaired the National Open Space Conference here in Albuquerque. We had over 250 open space advocates from as far away as Maui and Nantucket. I invited Stuart Udall to come here, and he announced to the whole room that Albuquerque had the best open space system. And it kind of sends chills down my spine because I believe that we still do, 37 years later, have one of the best open space systems in the country. It's not just 30,000 acres of what we call the big fat guys, the foothills, the Bosque, and the West Mesa volcanoes, but it's the long, skinny guys that connect those, the arroyos, the gardens, the archaeological sites, our visitor center. And we can't operate by just opening a gate and unlocking a gate. We really need our staff. I know as the Finance Committee and both committees as a whole work through the process, it's operating at a bare bones minimum now. We're barely operating. In 1990, because of its reputation, Albuquerque was asked to cooperatively manage Petroglyph National Monument. There are 433 units of the National Park System, and Albuquerque is the only one of those. So I ask for your support to maintain the budget. Thank you.
Clay Campbell, followed by John Vaughn.
Good evening, councilors. Madam President, my name is Clay Campbell, and I'm also a member of the Open Space Advisory Board along with Diane, and I'm here also for similar reasons. I won't get into the legacy of open space that Diane has mentioned, but I think we can all agree that it's one of the biggest things that City of Albuquerque has and should be very proud of nationally. And it's that legacy that you all are a big part of, and we don't want to lose that legacy through death by 1,000 cuts and by dilution through budgets. I know there have been a lot of properties added to open spaces inventory in recent years, the pool property, Oxbow Bluffs, the Tijeras Biozone, Route 66 open space, Candelaria Preserve and Tree Nursery. And the public loves all of these properties and the other ones that Diane mentioned in the mountains and the mesa and the valley. The trails that you all have that link these open spaces, those are vital, 168 miles of them. Everybody's district has some of these facilities. And I dare say all of your constituents would also value all of this as well. So my respectful request to you all today is that as you proceed with your budget deliberations and you consider requests and cuts and what have you, think about what the ripple effect of this really could be with decreased hours, decreased accessibility, taller weeds, trash not being taken out, and the system could suffer with less personnel to do the necessary work, especially that's required with additional acreage. So I want to thank you very much. You have a wonderful staff. You have excellent leadership in Director Simon and Superintendent Langan McRoberts, and their staffs are awesome with the Open Space Division. So I hope you all recognize that and act accordingly. Thank you.
John Vaughn, followed by Fabian Maris. Fabian Maris, followed by James Shanley. James Shanley, followed by Tad Numitsky.
Madam President, councilors, you are now entering the process of review for the 2027 budget proposed by the mayor of Albuquerque. I am requesting as a taxpayer that you consider the following facts. From 2010, the last year of Mayor Chavez' administration, to 2018, the last year of the Berry administration, the total city budget increased by 6%. From the inaugural 2019 budget under Mayor Keller to his 2027 proposal, it has grown by 47%. That's an increase of $500 million. We are not anywhere close to being 47% bigger as a city by population or geography. The commercial condition and appearance of our city as measured by empty premises, abandoned buildings, vacant lots, and per your earlier discussion, fencing, if anything, has worsened. The scale of the unhoused crisis on our streets has not been meaningfully reduced, while the city pays an out-of-state law firm $500 an hour to defend it from lawsuits that are brought to protect our most vulnerable population of unhoused people from policies that incarcerate them or sweep them down the street from one unplaced location to another unplaced location, compounding the damage and trauma and behavioral health crisis that keeps them in that, many of them in that position. I hope that you will recognize that the scale of this budget should provide an opportunity to solve this problem, which connects to so many things that are wrong in our city. I urge your really diligent forensic attention to this budget process. Thank you.
Tad Niemitzki, followed by Josh Price.
Let me lower it down. Okay, my name is Ted Niemitzki. Well, how many people in Albuquerque knows that we do have at City Hall immigration office? That's right. In this building, they pay for this employee at this office and services they providing. Now, we have also what they have in common: migrant office, El Centro Mexicano, and New Mexico immigrant. Same things. Racist discrimination. Yes, they discrimination. Mayor office don't give it them. I'm talking mayor. I'm addressing to two of you. They do not want to hear about true what's going on with your office. Well, 3 times I was sent it as pro bono to migrant office. And actually 2. And 3rd one, they told me they have open house at El Centro Mexicano. Soon I show up
Mr.
at there.
Niemitzki, can you please direct your comments to me, Mr. Niemitzki, through me?
I'm
Thank you so
sorry,
much.
could you stop?
Yes, we'll give you your time back. You need to direct your comments through the president. Thank you so much.
Doesn't matter which way I'm looking. These 2 official, I'm sorry. That's more than 11 minutes or seconds. Are you running deliberately?
You have additional time, Mr. Niemitzki. Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Finish your comments. I'm going to allow you some
You
additional
stole my time.
No, I did not, Mr. Niemitzki. I said
That's
to
fine.
proceed.
Goodbye. I see you in the court.
Goodbye, Mr. Niemitzki.
Josh Price, followed by Ilse Beal on Zoom.
Madam President, I signed up to speak twice. I'll yield right now. I'll just speak later.
I'm sorry?
Thank you.
Ilse Beal, followed by Nicole Finch. Go ahead, Ilse.
Thank you. Good evening. The 2022 Williams suit against the city is a desperate cry for the killer administration to stop displacing people and taking their essentials. The killer admin remains hell-bent on fighting rather than finding solutions, it seems. Basically, the fight is to carry on simply chasing people through the neighborhoods with no positive outcome. Hundreds of thousands of dollars have already left the state. At least one of the Denver trial attorneys gets $500+ per hour, but he specializes in writing a good appellate court brief. Miller obviously is planning to push the case to that level yet again. Meanwhile, delaying tactics, refusing to comply with discovery protocol. The city has already been sanctioned by Judge Allison. The trial date has again been pushed back. So the city doesn't need to comply. Tonight, yet another $200K was squeezed in and okayed unanimously to fight this case, on top of all the thousands of employee hours to stand and oversee so many displacements across the city every single day. Not Keller's money or his enforcers, our tax dollars, wasted, squandered, and still nothing positive to show. Just fences, pissed off neighbors, and traumatized folks who might now never be able to successfully transition to living inside. Thank you.
Nicole Finch, followed by Joe Cardillo.
Madam President and councilors, I have great news. It's National Library Week. This year's theme is Find Your Joy. What brings you joy? Whether it's cozying up with a new story, learning a new skill, gathering with community, or something else, you can find your joy at the library. National Library Week, April 19th through 25th, 2026 is a time to celebrate the many ways libraries bring people together, spark imagination, and support lifelong learning. From books and digital resources to job assistance and creative programming, libraries are essential to thriving communities. Whether you're a longtime patron, a new neighbor, or haven't visited in a while, now is the perfect time to explore all the library has to offer. The Albuquerque Library provides free Wi-Fi, cake pans, ukuleles, museum passes, and even seeds to plant in your own garden at home. Whatever brings you joy, the library has something for everyone. For folks who already experience library joy, this is a great week to bring someone with you when you visit the library and maybe help them sign up for a library card. This week at my branch, Lomas Tramway Library in District 9, there's a fiber arts group, an after-school STEAM club, preschool story time, and even a movie discussion group for adults. Whatever brings you joy, you can find it at the library. Thank you.
Joe Cardillo, followed by Rudolph Serrano.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. I want to offer just a couple of brief comments, starting with just a quick thank you to Councilor Feeblecorn for bringing forth O2622, which would put some teeth into requiring property owners to maintain cooling systems and set measurable standards. And that one I definitely have some personal experience with. There's an elderly individual in my neighborhood who had that exact issue occur last year, and their property owner refused really to fix the problem, and went weeks at a time last summer while the temperatures were in the mid 90s, high 90s, and even low hundreds. And so I think that's something that really bears worth fixing, and encourage the council to pass that and put that nice, clean, measurable standard in place. I also want to take a moment to just mention that I think big picture, as a lot of folks are alluding to, if we want our city to stay viable, we really do need to address housing costs. We need to protect renters. We need to protect our hardworking families in this city and provide real solutions to homelessness, not just criminalizing poverty and rushing people along. And so I want to just also offer a brief comment about a piece of legislation that will be coming up, sponsored by Councilor Baca in District 2, that would essentially, do exactly that. It would prevent people from being able to lie down or sit down or even stand in place. And there's a lot of unintended consequences of that type of legislation. And so I just encourage this council to think carefully about, in the the big picture of the national economy worsening and federal policies that are really just driving up costs for folks at a very fast rate, if that's the direction that our city council should be going, especially as we're all being asked to do more with less, while we're still seeing projects like the rail trail cost taxpayers $89 million, the Gateway Center complex cost $100 million plus, with very little oversight from this council. Really does not seem like we're seeing the council step up and do the real budget accountability work we need, asking tough questions, prioritizing essential services like transit, and really protecting our taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Rudolph Serrano, followed by Patricia Wilson.
Good evening, President Peña. It's glad to have you as president again. You always direct these chambers very calmly, and it makes it pleasant. I want to first than anything welcome Councilor Tejas. I've been watching you. Congratulations for trying to bring, civil rights to the people of Albuquerque, and and pretty much keep fraud out of the question. Good luck on that. We'll be supporting you. Welcome to Chief Barker, and welcome to Mr. Buhanda. I wish I will have them in public comment, but they were not put until today. So
Mr. Serrano, we're having a hard time hearing you. You're kind of glitching, Mr. Serrano. So if you want to try to get that corrected, we'll give you a minute, 10 seconds back. And we'll go to the next speaker. So why don't we do that? And then we'll give him a minute, 10 seconds back.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out, Mr. Serrano. Patricia Wilson, followed by Rudolph Serrano.
Thank you. Madam President and councilors, 10 days ago, I emailed all of you asking if you agreed, as I had been told, that the number of amendments in the 2025 IDO update was not relevant. I got one auto reply, 4 acknowledgements of receipt, no response from 3, and 1 district agreed. There was no response from the mayor. Director Varela said, quote, "It would be productive to know for purposes of comparing year after year and to count the number of improvements," end quote. Data is critical to measuring success and failure. The IDO was supposed to institute clear, consistent, equitable land use and development standards. The passage of over 700 amendments in 6 years does not make development simpler and more predictable. The update that became law today differs from what was approved on February 18th as part of O26-2. Councilors, as the ultimate zoning authority for the city of Albuquerque, please stop doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Fix this thing, please. Thank you so much.
We will now go back to Rudolph Serrano, followed by Yasmin Najmi.
Okay, now we're here. Good evening again, President Peña. I'm glad that you're president again. It's always pleasant to be in the meetings when you're presiding them. Several comments. First, today is 420. I want to remind you there's 240 cannabinoids that are related to schizophrenia. So a lot of the schizophrenia we have in the streets is because marijuana, and nobody wants to talk about that. But I want to welcome Councilor Tejas. First year, I'm proud of you. I've seen what you've been trying to do, fighting fraud, and I wish you the best, and hopefully we can back you up on that. Welcome to Chief Barker, and welcome to Mr. Buhanda. I didn't have the opportunity to say welcome in their issues because they just throw them in, and I was not able to sign in, but welcome to them. And I just came back from I did 3 months, which is really hard. but that's the only way to really know what's going on in the streets. And it's getting sad. You know, some places are giving students living in the car 6 months in jail for living in the car. We're completely going the opposite way against the people that are having problems instead of looking for ways to help them out. So I do bring some solutions, and hopefully, you know, we can work on them. I was not able to work with the last administration, but this is a new administration. And like
Thank you,
every
Mr.
time, the
Serrano.
first year is honeymoon. So I guess this is my third honeymoon with Mayor Keller.
Thank,
And we'll see how we go. Thank you very
thank you.
much, and
Thank you, Mr.
have
Serrano.
a wonderful rest of the evening.
Yasmin Najmi, followed by Sarah Azebo.
Good evening, President Pena and councilors. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Yasmin Najmi, and I'm a new appointee to the city's Open Space Advisory Board. And my comments tonight are regarding the city's proposed 2027 budget, similar to Ms. Souter and Mr. Campbell earlier, specifically the Parks and Recreation Department budget. In reviewing the budget online, I noted that the Parks and Recreation budget is proposed to be cut 3%, along with 12 staff positions, and I assume some of those cuts will impact the Open Space Division. Prior to my retirement last year, I was a liaison and a partner agency to the Open Space Division for over 25 years. And I thought I was pretty familiar with their responsibilities, but learning the true breadth and depth of those responsibilities as an advisory board member has really been eye-opening, to say the least. In the last few years, I've seen the Open Space Division plan for and make improvements and open at least 4 new properties and new trails, and that's in addition to the 30,000 acres that they already manage. And I learned early on in my resource management career that when you create a publicly accessible space that has recreation or other improvements, you create a reasonable public expectation that it will be managed and maintained to certain standards. And the management needs for such a large network are immense. And Open Space really works hard to leverage their staff and their operational budget to get outside funding. But that requires adequate operational funds and also knowledgeable and persistent staff that will do and lead this work. And that includes work with volunteers. And I think we can all agree that the open space and park system is the jewel of Albuquerque. And it's the reason that so many of us choose to stay here and also to move here. And having sufficient staff, and that includes the open space techs. And thank you for funding them, and thank you for the funding that you've given to the Bosque, where I used to work. It's very important. You know, having the staff to provide basic services as well as quality program, education and restoration is really the only way to ensure that these lands are protected and continue to function as vital ecosystems, cultural memory, and safe natural public spaces for us to enjoy in the future. And I thank you for your time.
Sarah Azebo, followed by Janet Sayers.
Good evening, Council President and Councilors, and Mr. Cornelius. I want to express support for O2622, enforcing cooling in residential units. As I shared previously, cooling in people's homes, apartments is not sufficient for people to maintain good health and function when temperatures rise. Renters should not need to leave their home in order to stay cool, and the city's cooling center page is still outdated. Additionally, renters have limited avenues to push for repairs or upgrades to systems without fear of rent increases or retaliation. Enforcing this as a standard for property owners to uphold is what is needed. Secondly, the verbiage in the encampment abatement policy dated April 9th, 2026 raises red flags as it is not in line with actions of APD I've witnessed since then. This states in part, the city will not require individuals to move out of an area solely because they are sitting, standing, lying, or sleeping on public property. Last Friday afternoon by Silver Market, I witnessed 4 APD officers circling a woman who was alone, resting with a sleeping bag covering her legs. 4 men, 3 APD vehicles towering over one woman, requiring her ID, barraging her with questions, and ultimately pushing her off. She was not camping, setting fires, causing crime. She was resting on the sidewalk. 6 hours later, an unhoused woman was sexually assaulted in the same area, and no resources or enforcement was available because it was a weekend. Earlier during Holy Week, police on horseback were pushing people away from public spaces in District 6, chasing them literally around blocks with no end. Under priority 1 of this policy, people who are unhoused cannot exist together on pavement, asphalt, in parks, or real property, in an arroyo or a ditch. The list is long. Priority 2 provides only 24 hours written notice prior to clearing an encampment, which is a reduction in notice from the prior policy that was not heeded. So I'm concerned about what oversight looks like for this policy. What we've been doing is not working on any level. We are spinning in circles, wasting resources, and disregarding humans. Homelessness is a circumstance. It can change with housing, no police or fences required. Once again today, just as I heard last year and the year before, a person asked, why don't they just kill us? They push us away, hide us, and give us nowhere to go. They clearly want us dead. They should just kill us. Please review this policy to ensure it upholds human rights, shows some level of empathy, and provides public safety for all, regardless of income or housing status. Thank you.
Janet Sayers.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. And I will also share some good news. Well, happy birthday, Albuquerque, 320 years. And for anyone wishing to follow up and get genealogy information about a local family, a family anywhere across the United States, you can do that at the main library, second floor genealogy center. Last Thursday, 145 staff from the public library met at the Patrick Baca Library Central Unser for a day of staff training. Their lunch meal, along with breaks, was totally paid for by the Friends of the Library. So that's good news. This coming Saturday in the Taylor Ranch area, at the Taylor Ranch Library, there will be a pop-up sale of thousands of books, magazines, vinyls, puzzles, all kinds of materials. And so we welcome and encourage West Side residents to come and participate in that. And tonight on the agenda, consent agenda, we did have a new person nominated and appointed to the library board, and we're very happy in that. And with my last 30 seconds, let me say I've been reading the 2027 budget, and I call your attention to 2 pages. Page 77, which shows that the library got an increase of $1 million in its budget, from 16.9 to 17.8 million. I don't think so, because on page 213, it shows 145 staff last year and 145 staff in the coming year. So something is wrong with the information on page 77 that says the library got $1 million more in the budget. We'd be glad to get $1 million, but I don't think we did. So thank you for your time and your service. Good night.
Madam President, that concludes general public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And our director, if you can ask our budget staff to kind of look into that. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are now on to approvals. And my page is the wrong page. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, thank you. So EC 105, Mayor's reappointment of Dennis Armijo, Senior, to the Joint Air Quality Board. I move. Okay. We'll wait for Mr. Lewis to leave. So I'll move confirmation. There's a motion to second by Vice President Champagne on EC 105. Is there anyone signed up to speak? No? Any questions? No? Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Always on reappointments, I ask the same question. Were there anybody that's applied for these positions in the actual process instead of just reappointing people?
Madam President and Council Rogers, I have to look into that, but typically we do take applicants.
Thank you, Madam President. And you should just look up on the next one too. It's the same board and also a reappointment. So I'm just interested in how many applicants applied for these positions.
Any other questions? Seeing none, there is a motion, a second for confirmation of EC 105. Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca?
Here. Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Vincent?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grau?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yeah. Without answering my question, I guess.
Councilor Rogers, was that a yes or no?
Thank you, Madam President. It's just hard to vote without knowing the answer to my question. So,
Council President and Council Rogers, the applications, I think, do also go to your staff, the applications we get.
thank you, Madam President. No, my question was.
Councilor Rogers, we're in the middle of the vote.
Okay,
I think
no.
Discussion, I shouldn't have let him.
Sorry.
No.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
That passes on a 7-1 vote.
Thank you. We are now on to EC 110, Mayor's reappointment of Dr. Joseph Galiski to the Joint Air Quality Board. I move confirmation. There's a motion and a second for confirmation by Councilor Grout. Is there anyone signed up to speak? No? Any questions from councilors? Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Same question. Are there any other applicants?
Madam President and Council Rogers, I do believe you guys' staff does receive the applications, but we will look as well.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, we have started receiving information. I don't know what's in there. I didn't look through this to see if that's there. But what we can do moving forward is maybe a rule change or an ordinance change or something that says that if anybody's being reappointed, then they have to list everybody else that's applied, or we can work with you on some type of legislation, but I don't have anything right now.
Thank you, Madam President. It's just really hard to make these decisions. I constantly get feedback from people who have applied, never heard back, never at all heard back wanting to serve, and then we keep reappointing the same people, and we don't give the opportunity to other people to serve. This is very important to me, especially on boards and commissions, especially when I worked for this mayor. I was asked to go and recruit for these boards and commissions, and then to hear the people I refer to hear nothing. It's just really hard to make a good decision, especially on a very important one like this. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, there was a motion and a second for confirmation of EC 110. Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca?
Here. Yes.
Counselor Passan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grau?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes on a 7-1 vote.
Thank you. If someone can let Councilor Lewis know that he can return. So we are now on EC 100, Training and Enforcement Plan Update pursuant to Council Bill number R25-196. I move receipt be noted. There's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne for receipt be noted. Is there anyone signed up to speak?
No, Madam President.
Any questions from councilors? Seeing none, I'll close. Urge your support. Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Passan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grau?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. We are now on to final actions. Councilor Feeblecorn, 022.
Thank you, Madam President. O22 is amending Section 14332 of the Uniform Housing Code to establish cooling system performance requirements. I move it do pass.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Tejas for a due pass of O22. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is a technical fix to O2447, which this body passed back at the end of 2024. That proposal originally included a temperature set point where we had to be able to cool to a certain level. We heard from counselors that there was concern around having a specific level because of evaporative coolers. And so that was removed. I did not try to put it back into the bill, and we waited a year to see how it worked. Last year, we had a full year of implementation on it, and I thought things were looking pretty good. We were still working out some kinks in terms of enforcement, but you know, it was looking good. And then this year came, and March, I'm sure we all know, March was the hottest month on record. The hottest day in this March was 91 degrees, and that is the highest temperature ever recorded for the city of Albuquerque since they started recording temperatures. And so during that 8 days, the top 8 days in history were all in March this year. And during that heat wave, I was really surprised and sad to get so many emails and phone calls from constituents, not just my constituents from a lot of folks up here on the dais, begging for help. They were hot, they were unable to, you know, really just be healthy in their own homes. And I said, well, why? We have this cooling ordinance. What's going on? And I learned that, you know, the landlord said, hey, we don't turn on evaporative coolers until the end of May or whenever. I'm like, well, clearly you would make an exception since it's a heat wave. And the answer was no, we don't make an exception, and you can't make us. So I want to make it clear that this was not a shock. It wasn't like we woke up one day and it was suddenly 91 degrees outside and we had no idea it was coming. The newspapers reported and the media reported that a heat wave was coming for at least 3 weeks in advance of this heat wave. Did that change anything? No. No. Landlords still did not turn on the evaporative cooling for the people who were dependent on them for life and safety. So I called Mr. Kaiser with our code enforcement department and asked him what we could do to allow some enforcement around, you have to turn on the cooling. It doesn't work if it's not on. And, you know, his answer was, hey, you know, you had an 80-degree set point in there originally. Why don't you do that again? And I said, no, we have concerns about evaporative coolers. We know that evaporative coolers can't bring it down to 80 degrees, and we know a lot of housing still has evaporative coolers. And so we worked together to come up with an idea that would allow evaporative cooling, but require that landlords turn the evaporative cooling on. And that's what's before you today. His suggestion was this 15-degree difference between outdoor and indoor, because that is, as we know, what evaporative coolers can do. They can't do 20, 25-degree reductions, but they can do 15-degree reductions. So that is what is in front of us now. There's even an allowance in what's before us today that allows supplemental temporary cooling devices so that if it's a really hot day and we know that the evaporative cooler can't get there, they can use some sort of supplemental device as well. But now, if this passes, we have something that says when it's hot, you have to turn on the cooling. It's really that simple. The reality is that, you know, weather changes are happening all around us, whether we want to admit it or not. The temperature in March was not normal. It's not what we expect, but it's the new normal. We will be seeing these kinds of temperature extremes moving forward, and we have to figure out how to keep people safe in them. The city of Albuquerque has a cooling response guideline where we help people who are unhoused and all of these things, but we can't even figure out how to get people to turn on the cooling systems that are already in place and that are waiting at these at these addresses to be turned on, and it's shameful. So, with that, I will just say that I think it's shameful that landlords didn't turn on their cooling. I think it's shameful that we had to send Mr. Kaiser out to multiple addresses to tell the landlord that yes, in fact, you do have to provide cooling for these very vulnerable adults. And when landlords refuse to respect the letter of the law or the spirit of the law, I think it is the city's responsibility to change that law to make sure that it is followed in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Feeble-Corn. Do we have anyone signed up to speak? Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Lisa Christopherson, followed by Grace Dukes.
Councilors, 2024, I sat in this chamber and I heard person after person talk about the dilapidated rental properties, no AC in their rented properties during 90 to 100 degree Fahrenheit weather. Thank you, Councilor Feeble-Corn, for bringing the original ordinance to address the code requirements for rental properties. I was appalled by the stories of the neglect and the situations people were in, as we all did, and thank you to those who were on the dais at that time, and you all voted for that ordinance. So many people were helped, and it worked. And then 2025, we had elderly person after elderly person came in here, right, with their walkers and the wheelchairs, because who was the landlord not providing safe spaces? The city, the #1 landlord in this area. And so, thank you again, 025 was updated, AC requirements were applied to city property where the city was the landlord. And I have to tell you, at that time, when I heard all the discussion, I thought AC meant cooling, and it wasn't for a certain part of day or, certain part of the year. It was, if it's hot, I live with elderly people. Hot is like 95, so we have to negotiate down to 75 or 80. But so I understand that people like hot and cold, but for me in my house, right, if it's hot outside, you just turn on the air conditioning. Thankfully, we own our own property, our own home. So the city has delayed, just another point to what Ms. Ilse Beal was saying, the city's delayed on their misplacing of the humans that they move around. That court case in Second Judicial Court before Judge Allison. Why? That love thy neighbor part, this bill is not love thy neighbor. It's a clever way to kind of push things so that they don't have to actually do anything, Keller. My understanding of 025 at the time, AC is required. The landlords in town who have our people in extreme heat, here's what you need to do. No, there are large groups of people in this town. We're really good at boycott, sit-ins, protesting, bringing attention to people who harm our neighbors.
Grace Dukes, followed by Alan Lisek.
Members of the council, I come before you as a renter concerned for the well-being of my neighbors. If the status quo continues without adapting to the real, present, and clear danger that changing temperature patterns pose to the well-being of your constituents that do not have functional cooling units. Without them, renters and their pets face health risks and even death. As a renter with a dog in our apartment that is vulnerable to extreme heat, this issue hits close to home for me and my roommate. Living in Class C housing, as a significant portion of our city does, means that I worry that my AC will suddenly stop working in the middle of the summer, which would start an impossible fight with my out-of-state private equity landlords to get the basic human right we all deserve, and that is the right to a functional cooling system in our home. It is not fair that there is not an enforceable standard to ensure that the out-of-state private equity companies that are buying up our housing, jacking up the prices using AI, like they did to my apartment complex, are maintaining the cooling systems they charge people to use. Look at the difference between the people speaking in support and opposition. People speaking in support are ordinary Burqueños, renters who do not want to burn alive, renters with pets that are vulnerable to extreme heat. Those who are in opposition are landlords who think it's unnecessary to turn on a swamp cooler in March. Seriously, when we had 8 days in a row of over 85 degrees in March, Turning on and back off a swamp cooler is too much? Ridiculous. What should be too much is deaths due to their failure to ensure adequate cooling systems. Their abdication of duty is shameful. Furthermore, this bill does not ban swamp coolers like reactionary voices on Facebook are saying. It is noise generated to provide you all some form of reason for ignoring our voices and listening to your consultants. This is standing with your constituents for once and protecting their rights. Please vote yes, tell private equity they cannot ignore our laws and protect your vulnerable constituents from needless suffering and death that will inevitably happen if you do not approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Alan Lysek, followed by Josh Price.
Madam President and Council, my name is Alan Lysek, and I'm the Executive Director of the Apartment Association, and I stand here again in support of cooling, just like we did in the 2024 bill. But we really need something that's practical, that's enforceable, and that really reflects Albuquerque's unique climate and infrastructure. And I completely agree that the original bill didn't fix that. I will beg to differ that they were able to enforce it because code enforcement did go out in March and forced multiple properties to turn on their air conditioning, which then led to frozen pipes multiple times since then, and also left all those other residents without heating until the next person complained. And so it creates this never-ending cycle. And so we do need to put guidelines on. I don't believe that the temperature is the right way to do it. I think that we're better off offering dates rather than a temperature because we have wide temperature swings when it comes to these transitional periods. You do have days that are 90 and then it's 40 degrees at night and, where you can open the windows and stuff. So I think that while we stand here in full support of cooling, we recognize that the original bill didn't fix it. And I don't believe that this language does either. Especially there's a lot of variables. When you talk about 85 degrees, was it 85 degrees at the Sunport? Was it at, the counselor's house? Was it at my house? Was it outside the property? Was it in the sun? Was it in the shade? Same deal with the 15-degree differential. Was the door open? Was the window open? How long was the cooling running for? There's so many variables that would be caused in problems by this bill that I think we really need to think long and hard about how we set these parameters, because I do believe that there are parameters we need to set so that it gives code enforcement clear and direct way to enforce the bill, but I don't believe that adding in these temperatures are the correct way to do it. So thank you.
Josh Price, followed by Charles Sheldon.
Madam President and members of the council, I'll mimic what Alan said. We are absolutely in favor of cooling. We want to provide cooling. We want to provide the best, most comfortable housing that we possibly can for the tenants that live in our properties. That's what housing providers do. We also have science, okay? What happens to water when it freezes? It expands, right? So like Alan said, we don't turn on swamp coolers until we know that their last freeze is going to happen. And historically, year after year after year, how many times have we had snow in the beginning of April? We just had a freeze warning this weekend where it was unseasonably high and very hot in March, but then all of a sudden it's freezing in the beginning of April. And those coolers, if we turned them all on, we would have roofs that need to be replaced now because we have flat roofs with coolers on them that now are flooded because we turned on swamp coolers right before the pipes burst. I like that we're doing this, but I don't think this is ready for prime time yet. I think you need to work a little bit more on it. And that 85-degree level, that doesn't necessarily give all of the connotation that it should, and it doesn't actually play out the way that you think it's going to. So thank you very much.
Charles Sheldon, followed by Jason Jenkins.
Madam President, distinguished council members, I'm Chuck Sheldon. I own and manage around 2,000 units here in Albuquerque. I've been a citizen of Albuquerque since 1979, so I've seen a lot of things come and go and change. I work with several of the councils, trying to meet and help tenants and help people and provide a better environment. I want to make 5 points, please, towards this bill. The current bill caused confusion among code enforcement, owners, tenants, due to its silence concerning which seasons require cooling and heating. We have variable heat during the day, it gets warm, and it gets cold as heck at night. If you turn it off, we have no heat at night when people are home. 2, there is no allowance for systems that either heat or cool. For example, in large buildings, efficiently, we use chillers. A chiller, you turn it over to heat, it stays on heat, and it's going to be working that way. In the spring, you turn it over to cooling. We have 100-unit buildings, and you turn them all over at one time. You can't turn over one or the other. 3, this makes no allowances for systems that use the same ductwork. So maybe you have a forced air furnace and you have an evaporative cooler. You have to turn the baffles to keep the cold air from coming in and freezing the people out. So those systems don't work. They cannot work independently. 4, when we're looking at downdraft coolers, this is the only place I ever lived in before I traveled all over the West Coast and East Coast and worked for the federal government, that we had coolers. Working with those coolers, they measure in a certain spot where that air comes out. You have no way to measure it in room to room. Thank you. You have no way to measure that room to room. So you have to open windows and doors to get drafts, right? Many people don't, if they move here from somewhere else, don't understand how they work. And so you have to give instruction. And when we live with coolers, you might think that works okay and you understand that. Driving owners to install air conditioning will affect the grid, operational cost, and rise rents, while exasperating the 20,000 units short of blue-collar housing. We're going to lose older buildings. We can't, the electricity, you have a 60-amp box in an old building, it requires 120 amps. You have to increase the whole system in order to change the kind of electricity needed to do an air conditioning unit.
Thank you.
These are unintended consequences. The intent to get people cooling, I got it. You know, my wife likes it hot. I like it cooler, and we have to live with that.
Thank you, sir. I allowed for more time because Councilor Grout had asked to allow for it.
Thank you.
So thank you so much.
Jason Jenkins, followed by Mark Rickert on Zoom. Mark Rickert, followed by Benjamin Terry.
Is it my turn to speak?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you. Madam President, councilors, thank you for your time today, this evening. My name is Mark Rickert. I'm a small local caring real estate developer investor bringing quality housing to the area. Regarding the topic of swamp coolers and performance, I respectfully oppose O2622 as currently written. I agree residents deserve cooling during the summer. Systems should work properly and be maintained, and they should be operating consistently with their design. However, many of Albuquerque's multifamily properties were built decades ago. The neighborhoods and electrical systems were never designed to handle widespread conversion to refrigerated air. This is not a simple upgrade. Property owners will face extended P&M approval timelines, required load calculations, engineering reviews, and the reality that many neighborhoods simply do not have the electrical capacity to support these changes. In many cases, this means transformer upgrades, panel replacements, reviewing and rewiring and full system conversions, easily exceeding $50,000. Many mom and pop owners can't absorb that kind of a mandate. If passed, those costs would not stay with the property owner, they would be passed on to the residents through higher rents or reduced housing supply. Evaporative coolers have worked in Albuquerque for decades because it fits our climate, but under strict performance standard, evaporative coolers will likely fail compliance tests, even when they are working exactly as designed. Many properties also rely on systems that cannot run heating and cooling at the same time, making seasonal transitions a necessary normal part of operations. I'd encourage flexibility in the ordinance, allow systems to operate within design limits, consider time-based standards rather than temperature triggers alone, use less restrictive language that reflects Albuquerque's housing realities. Well-meaning policy should not create unintended financial hardship or reduce affordability. Thank you very much.
Benjamin Terry is not present in Zoom, so we'll move to Lori Prime. Lori, please accept promotion to panelist. You are free to speak, Lori, if you'd like. Lori has declined multiple promotions. So
Okay.
I think that wraps up our public comment, Madam President.
Thank you so much. So we are back on 022. Are there any questions, comments from counselors? Counselor Grout, followed by Counselor Tejas.
Madam President, I have an amendment I'd like to pass out.
Thank you.
Madam President, I'd like to enter floor amendment number 1 to 026-2. Beginning on page 2, line 16, amend section 14.332 as follows. Eliminate a little bit of it, adding in cooling facilities shall be considered compliant when the system is installed, maintained, in good working order, and capable of operation during the recognized cooling season defined as May 1st through September 30th. The cooling facilities shall provide a measurable reduction in indoor air temperature relative to outdoor conditions that are consistent with the system's design, manufacturing specifications, and typical operating standards. This amendment would modify the cooling performance standards that are proposed in the original bill. This amendment would eliminate the proposal to require that cooling systems reduce indoor temperature by 15 degrees when the outdoor temperature is 85 degrees or higher, and would also eliminate the location at which temperature measurements would be taken to evaluate cooling system performances. Instead, this amendment would require that cooling systems be operable between May 1st and September 30th and be capable of providing a measurable reduction in temperature consistent with the capabilities of that individual cooling system.
Second. There's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 1 to 022 by Counselor Bassan. Counselor Grau.
Thank you. This amendment uses a performance-based, technology-neutral standard that allows cooling systems to be judged according to how they are actually designed to work. It ensures that units are installed properly, maintained, functioning, and providing measurable cooling consistent with the design. It is a practical, enforceable, and climate-appropriate standard for cooling systems in housing, and it better reflects New Mexico's unique environmental conditions, existing housing stock, and widespread use of evaporative cooling systems. New Mexicans use more evaporative coolers than anywhere else in the country. Many homes were built specifically for them. And this amendment establishes a cooling season based on years of weather patterns and not an arbitrary single-day temperature. It reduces variables and disputes for code enforcement.
Thank you. Any questions on, so I have a list of counselors who want to speak on O22, but I think right now, since we have this floor amendment on the floor, I am going to ask counselors who want to speak on the floor amendment. So Counselor Rogers had your hand up first, then Counselor Fieberkorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a question. What is a recognized cooling season? Who recognizes the cooling system between May and September 30th?
That's a great question. Okay, staff, can you help us with that?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, the recognized cooling season would be defined in the housing code as May 1st through September 30th.
Thank you, Madam President. Our housing code or the state's?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, in our housing code, in the language proposed in the amendment, it would establish that cooling period.
No, thank you. I understand that this amendment would establish it, but is there already, you're saying that there's already a recognized cooling off period in our housing code?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, not that I'm aware of, but I can look into that.
Thank you. That's what I'm questioning. Where do we get this from? So I did a quick chat, just did a quick Google search, and it said there's no single wide legal cooling season like there is for heating. And so I just wondered where we got this and how we decided the time frame. I'm looking, just a quick Google search, talked about it being specific to, there is some legal precedence around June to September 30th, and some definitions expand it roughly to April through October, depending on climate and local rules. But there's no actual, this would establish a legal, because there's not already one. So when it says recognized, I'm wondering who recognizes that. So that helps. Thank you.
Counselor Fieberkorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So what this does is say that those people, all those dozens of people that called me and also called some of the sponsors of this amendment when they were miserable in their homes, begging for assistance in March. This says we don't care. Tough. It's out of season, therefore you don't deserve to be comfortable in your home. That's what this says. I think that is unconscionable, and I don't want to have to defend to my constituents why I propose this, and I certainly will not be supporting it, because here's what the bottom line is, y'all. Surprise, surprise, you can turn off an evaporative cooler after it's turned on. Yeah, it might be hard, but it's doable. I've done it. So the idea that somehow the discomfort of a few landlords takes precedent over the health and well-being of thousands of people in our community is pretty shameful. Thank you.
So I'm going to go to Counselor Bassan next, but before I do that, Counselor Baca, I see your hand up? Is it on the overall bill or is it on this amendment?
This amendment.
Okay, so I'll put you after Counselor Tejas. Counselor Bassan.
Madam President, I have swamp coolers, evaporative coolers, and I actually am the one that sets them up and takes them down and does that every year. And I used to do it no earlier than Mother's Day because of the freeze warnings. And this year it got way hotter than it has in the past. And I was pretty hot in my house with my family, and we made it work, and I still didn't turn them on because the pipes freeze. As easy as it may be to do it, which I argue it's not as easy as some people might think, I do believe also it's not worth having the pipe freeze, the water run off of my roof, and waste all of that water, and for me to have to go and turn it all off, only to go buy parts and replace all of that, only to have to go and redo it again in another several weeks when it's time. And that's me and my house. And that's not hundreds of properties. And as unconscionable as it may be to some, I find it rude that there's also the opportunity that we need to make sure to have proper business, but we also need to make sure to realize that sometimes the seasons are changing. We all have talked about that. It's not okay, though, for us to demean people and make it sound like it's just an easy fix when it's not. This is something that we all have to get used to. I'm getting used to warmer weathers just like everyone else. And I think that it's really, really sad and shameful that we're sitting here being told these things when it's not just that easy.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question actually for our esteemed law enforcement in the room. Can I have one of our officers come up here? I have a question for you. No,
She's just appointed.
Hello, Commander. How are you?
I'm doing well, Counselor. How are you?
Good, thank you. I have a question for you. When you're working law enforcement and child protective services and adult protective services, what do you consider the dangerously hot temperature for indoors when you are concerned about an elderly person or a child who may be experiencing hot temperatures and in danger?
Councilor President and Councilor Tejas, that's a good question. For indoors, I can speak specifically from my experience with vehicles because we get really concerned with dogs and human beings inside vehicles. And generally, it's like as we touch the mid 80s to 90s that we start getting concerned where there's going to be adverse effects with prolonged times in a vehicle. A house is a different story because there's a lot more space. There's the ability for windows to be opened to create that draft. And so I don't know that my experience with vehicles and using emergency measures to like open windows of a car would translate to a house.
Sure. Well, thank you for that. I looked it up, and the statute, NMSA 78 statutes, does say it's considered dangerously hot for a child to be indoor temperature that exceeds 80 degrees Fahrenheit to 85 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's typically when law enforcement, child protective services, and adult protective services can be called. So there is a temperature that's considered. You consider temperatures in vehicles. So I just wanted to point out that there is criminal statute that lists temperatures. So thank you for your time. I appreciate that, Madam President. I do also want to, I just wanted to say that there is some vulnerable populations, with elderly children, chronic illnesses. I take SSRIs. I don't know if you know what SSRIs are, but they're my crazy lady medications for my chronic depression. And so I do have to keep temperature at a certain, otherwise I could experience stroke-like conditions. So those are some of the considerations with regard to indoor temperatures. So I just wanted to point that out, that it is temperature-based. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Tejas. Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Not completely opposed to this amendment, but I do question the season, and I'll base that on one, we do know when freezing, your concern is when things are going to freeze or when things are going to heat up. We do know that. Usually just follow farmers, how we take care of them, because they're the ones most vulnerable to freezing, their crops and so forth. So irrigation season historically would start in mid-March, really ramp up through April, and then you'd be shutting it off around September because of lowering temperatures. That was historical. Nowadays we've changed the rolling 30-year average, and now people are ready to start irrigating in February, and they'll be watering well into October. We all went to Balloon Fiesta this year. Nobody was wearing a jacket at Balloon Fiesta at night or in the morning this past year. So March 1 to September 30th doesn't fit reality at this point, to be honest. Not that I'm opposed to a season, I'm just saying those dates are just way off from what the reality of the world is right now. So I don't support it as written. Thank you.
Any other questions from councilors? Comments? No? Councilor Champagne.
Thank you,
Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President.
I was going to save my comments for the bill itself and not on the amendment, so, but Councilor Baca actually brought something up. March 18th, 85 degrees, 48 degrees. March 19th, 88, 51. March 20th, 89 and 53. March 21st, 91 and 47. March 22nd, 86 and 56. The 23rd is 77 and 51. The 24th is 88 and 53, and the 25th is 90 and 53. That was the record temperatures here in March. April 1st, 64 and 51, and I'm talking the daytime to the nighttime. Second, 75 to 40. The third, 65 to 48. The fourth, 66 to 40. May's average projected temperature is the daytime of 78, the nighttime of 53. And noted, in May 2nd, it's going to be 86 degrees in the daytime at 56 at night on the 2nd. And then on the 3rd, amazingly, 69 degrees during the day. So you have almost a 20-degree difference between 24 hours. So you're talking about temperatures that are in April and May and the heat in March, that there's no set time in April or May 1st seems to be wrong. When you're talking 1 week, not even 8 consecutive days, because there's a 77 in the middle there somewhere that split it up. And a massive difference between almost 50 degrees on the 21st, showing that, yes, I don't think the question is whether it's cooling isn't right or we don't provide cooling or people shouldn't provide cooling. It's a compromise between cooling and providing it, communication with a landlord and a tenant, and also the realistic expectation of the person who gets the cooling during the day because it's 91, but then expects the landlord to switch over that unit, which, again, like other counselors have, I've switched over my swamp coolers in both my parents, my in-laws in my house, and my sisters and my cousins. It takes about 30 minutes, and that's when I'm there, to change over the damper and switch over the other baffle that's on by the heater. Not to mention I have to wait till they're home in order to get access in order to do this. If I was a landlord in an apartment complex, and if you're really good at it and you're 15 minutes to per unit and an 8 unit, that's 2 hours. That's 2 hours in the morning, that's 2 hours in the afternoon. Plus a 1 hour lunch, that's 5 hours. So realistically, you're gonna get 3 hours of work out of me in a daytime, because during this week, all I'm doing is switching back and forth. Because the people who are upset about 91 degrees in the daytime are gonna be just as equally upset at 47 degrees at night. And I do know that the code says that there is a heating thing, temperature of 68, that the heater needs to be on and provide at least 68. That's not going to happen at 47 degrees outside and 48 degrees outside. So I think this comes down to a compromise of such, in to say that what is good for everybody around, not only the landlord, but the tenant, somewhere in the middle. And I love the fact that this was brought forth and it was passed last year. I was a skeptic of it last year. But I commend this council in the sense that you're looking at a problem, you're looking at a bill, an ordinance that we passed, and they said, okay, here's a problem with it, let's adjust it, instead of just sticking with it and saying, well, no, we're not going to change. So I do want to commend the fact that we're adapting and trying to adjust to something and finding a compromise. But to say that May 1st through September 30th is unrealistic, the numbers in this city alone don't agree with that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Champagne. Councillor Grout to close.
I urge your support.
So there is a motion and a second on floor amendment number 1 by Vice President Champagne. Ms. Montoya.
Councillor Baca?
No.
Councillor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councillor Fiebelkorn?
No.
Councillor Grout?
Yes.
Councillor Lewis?
Yes.
Councillor Rogers?
No.
Councillor Tejas?
No.
President Pena?
Yes.
That passes on a 5-4 vote.
So now we are back on 022 as amended. And I will go down the list unless you want your name removed, but I have Councillor Grout first, followed by Councillor Tejas, Rogers, Champagne, and Baca.
I think cooling is important for everybody, but I also know, I know it's difficult. I have, at my business, I have 3 swamp coolers on my business. And when we called the plumber to come and turn them on, it was hot in March, and we turned them on. And he had to fix a lot of the pipes because they were exposed from the winter. So my 3 heaters, or my 3 AC evaporative coolers, cost us $674, I think, to get them up and running and do all the repairs, and that was sometime in March. Since then, I have been very cold at the shop because it has been cold. But I can't just go up and switch them around because it won't cost me quite as much to switch them off to put the heaters back on. But we just pulled out our little heaters and we've been using those. It's difficult. There's never a specific, temperatures are changing and we have to adapt a little bit. I know that I like to garden, and I go to Home Depot and to Lowe's and pick up flowers. But I always remember that April 17th is the last freeze. That's when they say don't put your perennial or your annuals out till after the final freeze. Well, this last weekend I think it froze, and that was right around that time. So if I were to if I had my ACs running all the time, they'll end up freezing, and then I'll have to repair them. So it's hard. I think this is a good compromise. Nothing's perfect, but it's not just as easy as turning off an evaporative cooler and turning on a heater. It's not that easy. So we're trying to make a compromise, and I think this is good.
Thank you, Councillor Grout. Councillor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. I've received, like everyone, I'm sure, lots of emails from folks who are concerned about what this looks like and sort of the unintended consequences of what it's going to cost to kind of, do these provisions. And, we even heard from, Mr. Lisek about, entrepreneurs coming in and buying properties, decades ago, and this is going to cause a lot of financial strain. And, I, as a professor at the Anderson School of Business, I must say that is Business 101, that budgeting and planning for financial due diligence and to estimate future operating costs and all of that is how you operate and run a business. And so it's not a tenant's fault that a landlord failed to do their financial fiscal due diligence over their budget operating expenses for their business. So just kind of want to put that in there. Another thing is, a lot of folks here saying unintended consequences about costs and practicality. And the only thing I keep thinking of, and I'm speaking as a former landlord, I'm not a landlord anymore, but I used to be. I had 2 homes that I rented out, one in Las Cruces, one in Colorado. So I think about, I get it. I know where all of this is coming from. But the only unintended consequence I think of is harm and potential death, and considering how dangerously hot it can get. And when there are individuals, I have an email here that says, I rent to vulnerable people in Albuquerque, and those include veterans who are disabled. It includes the elderly, seniors who, are on fixed incomes, young families, single moms with young children, and the only unintended consequence I think of when I think of heat and cooling exposure is they're not able to get out, or they don't have somebody they can call to come and help them, or they don't have the ability to cool themselves down, or they're on medications, again, like I am. I'm on medications that I get very, very, very hot because of my SSRIs, and I can cool myself down. But there are plenty of people who are on a lot of other medications who can't. And so it doesn't become as simple as that. And the only unintended consequences that I can think of is vulnerable populations who experience a heat stroke. And because of high-risk environments, because of these heat waves that come. The only unintended consequences I think of outside of that is, sort of what your liability is going to be if you have a tenant that, falls ill or, heaven forbid, passes away because of something like that. The Uniform Owner-Resident Relations Act, NMSA 1978, Section 47-8-20, clearly states that the owner shall make repairs and do whatever is necessary to put and keep the premises in a safe condition as provided by applicable law and rules and regulations. That's it. That's what it says. That's the law. That you have to do whatever is necessary to put and keep the premises in a safe condition as provided by applicable law and rules and regulations. That is the obligation of the owner. Again, that is property law. So I think if the obligation of the owner is not met and somebody gets sick because they're overheated in a home because they don't have proper cooling, that becomes negligence. So what's an unintended consequence there? Because I know that the New Mexico Trial Lawyers Association would love to pick up those cases. I know that they would love to take GAR to court on something like that. I know they would love to take every single landlord who can't meet their obligation of an owner to make repairs and do whatever is necessary to put and keep the premise in a safe condition as provided by applicable law and rules and regulations. I personally, if I had to, would take an extra 30 minutes out of my day to set up and take down a air conditioning unit just to make sure that I would not become potentially negligent and potentially liable if I knew or should have known that a cooling system caused an injury or a fatality. That's the unintended consequence I would think of, because then I'd have to, I guess, sell that unit and hope that some other business owner does their financial due diligence a little bit better and understands how much it's going to cost them. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Tejas. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple questions for our code enforcement. If Mr. Kaiser or Director Varela would come up, just a couple questions for you. While you're coming down, I think to set up my question, I was at a presentation from P&M, and they were talking about strategic rotating outages that could potentially happen when electricity demand exceeds available supply. And this is a question for my constituent that's watching, so I'm asking your question. With this ordinance, if that were to happen with P&M, what would happen with code enforcement on these issues for cooling?
So with their strategic outages, my understanding is that when the grid is overloaded, they may decide, in order to prevent a major catastrophic outage, to actually start turning off different parts of the city. If there's no electricity, obviously none of these are going to work. I do not know what exactly we would do in that case. I would presume landlords would have some type of a defense, but of course we would really feel terrible for the people, especially if they were experiencing health issues. We stated when this law was passed that people shouldn't be freezing in the winter, and they certainly shouldn't be suffering heat stroke inside their houses in the summer. But that would be case of first impression, would just have to see if there were legal defenses. I imagine ultimately liability would flow possibly to P&M, but if that is something that is approved by the Public Regulation Commission, who regulates them, then there may be some sort of a sovereign immunity, ultimately, defense. So it's just really hard to say, President Pena and Councilor.
Thank you. I was just shocked to hear that that's something PNM is already looking to do and already planning. So just interested in that. And then the other thing, poring over the data, I saw a difference in the data from 2024 to 2025 about how you documented these specific types of violations. When we're looking through the data, it just says UHC code violation, but it doesn't specifically cite which one this year. So have there been changes to how you track the data?
So dealing with the data, of course, we came from the POSI system, right? So light years difference on here. And so that gives us an opportunity internally to be able to track that information a lot more accurately. For a good example on here, prior to coming to the council meeting, today I did a check to see how many calls for service were AC related. And so this is as of March of 2026 to current. And there has been approximately 275 calls for service for code enforcement to go and review the air conditioning calls. And so with the data that we have now present, we're able to easily review that categories and so some of the information. So yes, in a roundabout way, yes, we can go through and take a look at it. Some of that stuff is still going to show up as UHC and then -2026. And then as we're able to drill down further, we're able to find that information.
Perfect, thank you.
Council President, Council Rogers.
Thank you, that helps a lot, because I think for me, the data is what paints the picture of where we should be moving policy-wise. So seeing that, looking at the violation type descriptions and how many of each of these come in, it was good to be able to pinpoint that, because I was having a hard time doing that in the data. And then can you talk about, I know Councilor Tejas spoke about vulnerable users. Do you have any idea of how many of those are seniors or anybody in a vulnerable, especially seniors? I'm most worried about my senior. I have a lot of homebound seniors in my department, my district. So just interested in that.
So we don't keep exact counts of the demographic onto here. So one of the questions that I asked one of my staff members that oversees these types of calls for service on here, I asked her to get me an approximate.
Sure.
As to how many were senior citizens and those that could be vulnerable. And she said of the amount of calls for service that she was going to, she would estimate about 30 to 35% of those were of those as senior citizens.
Okay. Thank you. And based on since you administer this enforcement, based on what you've seen over the last year since it's been enacted, and you were in part helping recommend this, what are your opinions of the difference between the temperature and the time frame?
Sure. Council President, Council Rogers, this gives code enforcement something that's measurable. And so that's what we were looking for onto here. And so when we see the temperatures in the outside at the 85 degrees, and then so that provides a clear indication for code enforcement to go and review the properties when those temperatures start exceeding that. Dealing with some of the temperatures out on here, it says cooling, and so that is relatively vague as to what we can go through and enforce on. That's argumentative, and so what somebody might see as cool, somebody else may not see that as a cool temperature. Dealing with the amount of calls for service that we've had into here, it's been overwhelming. And so it's a lot of individuals that are asking for help, for intervention, and for us to go out and to hold these property owners accountable and to help them provide that relief, dealing with some of the cooling. Dealing with some of the more of the at-risk onto here, so a lot of the calls that I was receiving from our side onto here were those coming from disabled veterans. And for that's something that's near and dear to my heart because I am a disabled veteran. And that goes into it. So those are the type of individuals that we're looking to assist, right? Anybody that's at high risk of that type of nature. And that's what this bill was intended to do, or this amendment to the bill was intended to do.
Thank you. I was just doing some work. Counselor, Vice President Champagne.
I'll yield my time, Madam President.
Counselor Baca.
No comments.
Okay, well then, that concludes that. We went to public comment on this already, didn't we? Yeah. Okay, so, Counselor Feeble-Corn to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to ask a few questions before I close, so I'm sorry if you could just turn around and come back. I would appreciate it. Mr. Kaiser was the one that helped me on this language, and so I just wanted to ask a couple questions about it. We heard tonight that the language that was proposed was confusing to code enforcement. Is the language that was in the original bill tonight confusing to you, Mr. Kaiser?
Madam President, Councilor Feeble-Corn, there was no confusion on code enforcement.
Pretty
so
straightforward?
It was straightforward.
Okay, thank you.
We had no problems enforcing.
We heard that it was unenforceable. Is it unenforceable as it was written originally?
Councilor, no. I mean, we've held property owners accountable for the cooling, and we've had some great success.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. And last question, we heard that it wasn't practicable. Is it?
That's a question to be determined by, I presume, property owners and city council.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. I appreciate you working really hard to find an answer to a problem that came up that we should be fixing. So I understand that, you know, that's not going to happen, but I do want to appreciate your concern for people who are really struggling, and that's it. Thank you. So I just want to say, you know, we heard a lot of examples up here about how it's, you know, it's really hard and it's not that bad and it's not that bad to be hot. And I agree. For me, in my nice house that has insulation and my privileged life where I can go out and get into my air-conditioned car and go to a coffee shop if I'm really hot, it's not a problem. Heat is a problem for those of us that are most vulnerable that have nowhere else to go. They do not have proper insulation in a lot of these Class C buildings. They do not have any way of getting away from those buildings. They have medical issues, and many of them are seniors or children. And so again, I just have to say, I find it incredible that we would amend a bill that was meant to help people into a bill that actually makes it worse than what we have on the books now. So with that, I will move to withdraw the bill.
Second. There's a motion and a second by Counselor Tejas to withdraw 022. So are there any questions, comments on that by counselors? We will procedurally, we'll go to a vote on that. But if somebody wanted to re-adopt the bill, can we do it in the same meeting, or could we, and somebody else put their name on as a sponsor? If you can just logistically let me know how that works, because, you know, we closed, but now that we have the motion, the second for withdraw. No, but her motion supersedes.
Madam President, if the motion to withdraw succeeds, the bill has been dealt with and it's no longer, the council has made a decision to withdraw the bill.
So if we decide not to withdraw it, then can another counselor put their name on it?
Madam President, yes.
Okay. So I just want everybody to be clear about the options. Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Just have a procedural question. So if the withdrawal vote fails, we still have to vote on the bill tonight as amended, right? Okay. So then it wouldn't need to be brought back if the motion to withdraw fails. Mm-hmm. We would still then need to vote on the bill tonight, right? If it fails.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, yes, but somebody would have to be a sponsor, so another counselor would have to put their name on the bill. If the withdrawal fails, then the council has to vote on the bill.
Okay, Vice President Champagne, you had a question. You raised your hand.
No, it was just a point of clarification that it was trying to work through my head. If the motion to withdraw fails, then the sponsors can't remove their names. That motion just fails. It's still, motion on the floor for a due pass from the original sponsors has to be voted on then. They can't just remove their name if the withdrawal fails, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, the original sponsor can withdraw their name from the bill.
Interesting, okay.
Learn something new every day. Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor for withdrawal. Any other questions from counselors? I will just say that, all this, talk about whether, feeling bad for people, I think everybody's trying to address the same issue. The way it was written, I had heard that there was some question with the way it was written, so it sounded like Councilor Feeblecorn was trying to address some of those concerns with her bill. But then I do see the concern with how you turn an air conditioner on and off. I mean, we've had swamp coolers forever. It was not just until last year that we were able to put in a refrigerated air. But that being said, so, everybody's Googling up here, so I thought, well, heck, I'm going to Google. I asked Mr. Google or Mrs. Google, what temperature does it need to be outside in order to achieve 80 to 85 degrees indoors on a typical home? And it gave the time frame of April to May, mid-April to May. And then I asked, summer months, and then I asked when does it return to that? And it's September. So the way this amendment is written, it seems like it's a compromise. So there's no one here on the dais trying to hurt vulnerable people. We're just trying to make a policy decision about how best to be able to achieve this without, penalizing people during other months where you're gonna have to be getting phone calls to turn it on and off. So I think based on my brand new discovered Google search, that those seem to be kind of the appropriate times. So, so we're back on the amendment to withdraw, and the motion to withdraw. Ms. Montoya.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Bassan?
No.
Vice President Champagne?
No.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
No.
Councilor Lewis?
No.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
No.
It fails on a 4-5 vote.
Madam President, point of order. I have the rule book, Rules of Procedure, page 16, number 7. No bill shall be altered or amended on its passage as to change its original purpose. The original purpose of this bill was very clearly to respond to a problem around timing of the ability of cooling, and the bill before us no longer does that. So this is no longer the intent of the original bill. And according to the City Council Rules of Procedure, dated December 1st, 2025, and I believe that is the latest one, I believe I have the right to withdraw my bill.
Thank you, Councilor Feeblecorn. So if our staff can address that. Just a question for
Yeah,
the staff.
let me comment on it.
You had,
Yeah.
okay, well, while they're looking, Councilor Lewis.
Yeah, Madam President, I know I would interpret that rule just as the bill that stands right, the bill that was withdrawn was amended, duly amended by the council. And so that particular rule would not apply to that bill. It was amended with the councilor's name on it.
Madam President, it clearly states no bill shall be altered or amended.
Councilor Feeblecorn, I didn't give you the floor. He was waiting for our staff to get a response, and I was going to them next. And then, of course, I'll go to you. Staff. Looks like, do you still need more time so I can go to Counselor Feeblecorn? Okay, Counselor Feeblecorn.
It clearly states, no bill shall be altered or amended on its passage so as to change its original purpose. Amended is what just happened. I am therefore removing the bill. I think that is pretty straightforward.
Madam President, the bills are amended all the time.
Counselor Lewis, hold on one second. Counselor Bassan has the floor next.
Madam President, as the bill was written before, it was talking about working order and outside temperatures, inside temperatures, timing, and operations. And the amendment that was passed by this council also talks about working order, outside temperature. Well, it removes that, sure, but it talks about the season, which still defines the time frame, and the reduction in air temperature, which to me maintains the fact and what was the original intent. But we do amend bills all the time, and we don't just get to singularly withdraw them as though there is one person in charge of anything, when the body has to be able to vote by a vote of 5 no matter what we decide to do one way or the other, once it's part of this body, which this bill is.
Counselor, thank you, Counselor Bassan. Does that, yes, okay. Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President, and this might be for legal if this it contains, that's where it says in 16, it says number 7, no bill shall be altered or amended on its passage as to change its original purpose. But number 8 says, unless a more stringent voting standard is otherwise required by law, if a majority of the quorum of councilors presented at city council meeting vote in favor of adopting a bill, it's adopted. When it says adopting a bill, does that apply to the amendment of a bill?
So I'll ask the staff, are you guys prepared now, or should I?
Madam President, the title of the legislation says that the Uniform Housing Code to establish cooling system performance requirements. If the body wishes to say that the amendment actually no longer does system performance requirements, then the bill can be withdrawn. But this is going to be a decision of the body. So we can interpret the rules and we can tell you the rules, but the body itself has to make that determination. It's the body that actually interprets the rules. But I see what Councilor Feeblecorn is saying. It says system performance requirements, and that has been removed from the bill.
Madam President.
Thank you.
Chair, I've got my hand up as well.
Yeah, yes, I was actually going to go to you, Councilor Baca, and then back to Councilor Lewis. So,
Thank you, Madam President. Councilor Feeblecorn, in her opening statement, clearly said what the intent of the bill was. The amendment changed the bill. However, Councilor Feeblecorn, during that discussion, clearly stated that that was changing the intent of her bill. So we have changed the intent of this bill, even though the amendment was voted on 5-4, in concurrence with what she's been saying. Yeah, we've completely changed the intent of this bill to add in a season that's we're arbitrarily choosing. What is a cooling season? When do things freeze? Those are science questions, not Google questions, not what we think. And I say that strictly as someone who's worked in that type of field where we really do have to worry about when things freeze, when things don't, and how that's going to affect people. The intent of this bill has 100% been changed, and the sponsor of the bill noted that multiple times during this discussion. Thank you.
thank you, Councilor Baca. And just to comment on that, before I go to Councilor Lewis, is just to comment on that, is then we would not, if somebody could withdraw a bill with no other say, we wouldn't have to vote on the withdrawal. So that's why I was asking procedurally what happens next. So officially, we have to vote on the withdrawal. If the withdrawal fails, then what? It was a procedural question that I had. So, Councilor Lewis.
Madam President, I mean, the proper procedure would have been if the amendment changed the title. I don't think there was any concern that the title did not relate to the amended bill. And therefore, it would simply just need to be deferred if it did. But if we're focusing on the word performance, clearly the amendment is both intended and meaning related to the word performance. And so I don't see any clear indication of any, title change or need for a title change. And if there was a need for a title change, it would simply go as a deferral and be voted on later. And so, again, if we ask our staff on matters of the rules, our staff works for all 9 counselors, and they're going to say, we understand where each of you are coming from. They're not going to give us a definitive ruling on something that we would decide on. And so while we appreciate the clarity our staff gives us, this is a matter of decision by the council. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to stand in support of Councilor Feeblecorn's intent has changed. The original bill was based on performance, not replacement of anything, with a clear, measurable standard. This is no longer a clear and measurable standard. And so the intent has changed because there is no longer, it has now been replaced with an arbitrary timeline.
Thank you, Councilor Tejas. Any other questions? No. So the motion to withdraw failed. So I think even though it failed, she could remove her name from the bill. So here's the semantics of it, right? She can remove her name from the bill. She has every right to do that, as she's stating. But the bill itself is still alive, right? So what we do with it next is does anyone want to, is there any motions?
Madam President, I don't move. I am withdrawing my name from the bill.
Thank you, Councilor Feeblecorn. I think we established that. So there was 2 things, removing your name and then the bill is, the withdrawal failed of the bill itself. So Councilor, I don't know who had your hand up first.
Madam President, so the motion is on the table, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, she's removed her name from the bill. If there's another sponsor that wants to add their name, then you guys would have to dispose of the bill. So the withdrawal failed, so the bill's still on the table.
So the motion is what's before us right now. The motion was seconded. There's no motion for removal of her name, is that correct?
There's no motion, Councilor.
Is there a motion on the table right now?
No.
Let me get clarification on that, because I think there is.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, the motion on the table is due pass.
The motion is a due pass. It's been seconded. So we're in discussion on that motion.
Yes, as amended with no sponsor. So right now, I think if anybody would like to sponsor it, Councilor Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. As a sponsor of the amendment that affected this, I will sponsor this bill now.
So you two?
I will as well, Madam President.
Okay. So for the record, the sponsors will be Vice President Champagne, Councilor Grout, and Councilor Bassan. So now, the motion on the floor is for a due pass of O22 as amended. Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca?
No.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
No.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Tejas?
No.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes on a 5-4 vote.
Thank you. That is your first warning. Now we are on O23, Councilors Grout, Feeblecorn, and Rogers.
Go ahead. Madam President, let's see, O23 is amending the Police Oversight Ordinance to clarify the CPOA's authority to investigate APD personnel. I move a do pass.
There's a motion and a second for a due pass of O23, seconded by Counselor Rogers.
So, Madam President, I've been working with my fellow counselors and also with APD and with the CPOA director, and we thought we had an amendment that we wanted to bring forward today, but we found that there's still some questions. So I would actually like to defer this bill for just 2 weeks at the request of APD, and, because they are working with CPOA, and I think I want it to work on all parts. I want it to be good for the public, I want it to be good for the officers, and I want it to be good for the CPOA, because everything is important. And we're very close. They have come up with some good language, but there's still a few things that are causing some concern. And so I know that we can, in 2 weeks' time, I don't want to defer it after May 4th. I want to pass something then, and I have confidence that we can. So I'd actually like to defer this one.
So there is a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne for a deferral for 2 weeks, to May 4th. Are there any questions, comments on this? Seeing none, anyone signed up to speak? Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Tad Numitsky signed up to speak.
Thank you. Okay, my question is what you get. Stop. Already cost me time.
We're starting the timer over, Mr. Naminsky.
I'm sorry?
We're starting the timer over, so you're not losing any time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, what do you get when oversight supposed to be civilian, and they all are cops, or I mean ex-cops? Do we what kind of civilian? Do we get fairness? I had experience many, even with this, Diane. She is such a liar, manipulating, protecting cops. She's working with cops, and also, especially when cops lying in the reports, try to protect corporate security guard with deadly assault, another almost deadly injury. So that's where you add civilian oversight. That's who they are. That's who's Diane. I remember when she was. Well, dirty politics typical in this city. That's how dirty politics we have. Now, I'm lost track of where I'm gonna go further. And yes, there's gonna be a lawsuit, and I will subpoena APD, video recordings, Diane, and all cops involved. And also supposed to be at least 50 photos. There is no photo is, to my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we now, no questions. We have a motion, a second for a deferral to the May 4th meeting. Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we are on R18, amending R2422. Counselor Baca.
Madam President, amending R 2422 to extend the 2-year policy of fast-track permitting eligibility for housing projects and centers and corridor development projects within metropolitan redevelopment areas. I move to pass.
There's a motion, a second by Vice President Champagne. Counselor Baca.
Thank you. This is a pilot project for 2 years. Seems to be working. I'd like to extend it. Thank you.
So is there anyone signed up to speak?
Thank you, Madam President. We also have Tad Numinski to speak.
Mr. Naminsky? You're signed up to speak on R18.
Okay, look at what's going on, what's the difference. When, look at on the John Street, between Lomas all the way down to, that is First Street, the First Street next to railroad track. What used to be, what is now. When private investor put money on front, how beautiful is development. Look at other side now, railroad, Marty Chavez spent 30 million buying old railroad. And it's a dump to these days. That's been what, about 20 years? Look at all this on the north from here, from downtown. What city doing? That is city project. City, and that is slow. Takes 50 years to get one building or 2 buildings done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naminsky. So we are back on the bill. Are there any questions, comments from councilors? Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question for, is our Director Varela still here? Ah, there you are. I couldn't see you. Thank you, Director. I understand this is to extend a pilot program, and the purpose of the pilot program was to expedite permitting process. But we have a process that has expedited our permitting so far now, that has really advanced a lot of that bottleneck, right? So I saw we've gone from 18 to 5 days for residential process approvals and 28 to 4 days for commercial. So do you feel this is still needed?
And Council President and Councilor, this program has been good because it provides a guaranteed time frame for processing permits by putting them at the front of the pack. Not only does it apply to permits, it also applies to development approvals. And so that's where it's especially helpful. During the course of the last 2 years, we have expedited the processing of, I believe, close to 30, possibly more. It's in an EC that's headed your way, I think, at the next council meeting, which is as a status report on it. And I think it's been very good. We've been able to absorb the workload, and we devised an online map where people can go in and put in the address and tell automatically whether it is applicable or not. They then flag that for us when they apply for either the development approval or the permit. We also do another cross-check on it, so it's worked very well, and it's a guaranteed time frame. We are in favor of extending it as is. I know that there was some talk about narrowing it down, maybe depending on the type of financing for the project. We don't know the financing for the project, so we would hope that it would just continue as is. Now, the great news, which I hope is long-term, is that we have gotten incredibly fast over the last couple of years by shifting over to new software. Council President and Council Tejas, the tremendous progress and speeding everything up that we've experienced over the last couple of years, I hope is permanent, but I don't know for sure it's going to be permanent. Our goal in the long run is to make fast tracks unnecessary entirely, but it is nice to provide that guarantee. City Council during last year's, actually after the budget process, Councilor Lewis and the administration worked together. He provided some additional resources for us, particularly to go into the aspect of speeding up permitting. We use those. He allowed us to have the flexibility to implement that our way, and it worked through technology and through additional staff. But I'd like the guarantee for those projects to still stay in place. We don't know if staff are going to get sick at the same time, go on vacation at the same time, retire at the same time. There could be some reason why our tremendous progress that we've made slows down, but I'd still like to have these guarantees in place while we have such a housing shortage.
Director Brella, thank you, Madam President, Director Brella. From the last resolution, there were supposed to be reports every 6 months. But I'm only seeing 2 reports here. So we're missing some reports. So how do you know that it's working if we're missing some of the reporting requirements? And it also appears that some of the reports, because I'm looking at them, the 2 reports that came, they're overlapping in information, so there's not a lot of information that actually states if the program is working. All it's doing is providing data about how many volume of projects processed, but I don't see how many units or outcomes, what affordability levels exist, what sort of delivery or time saved. So how do you know that it's working if we don't have any data and we don't have the required amount of reporting to actually tell us that it's working?
So President Pena and Councilor, I'd respectfully entirely disagree with what you just said. The reports have been coming in. The reports state, to the degree that we have that information available, the number of units that were involved. All of those were expedited, even during the time frames a couple of years ago when it was taking an average, I think, of 117 days for a permit. And instead, those were processed within 10 days. At least the review took place within 10 days. So I would not be anywhere near as pessimistic in my characterization of the success of the program as I just heard, respectfully.
Thank you, Director. I'm not being pessimistic, I'm being realistic. Here's what I see. I see EC 344 and EC 484. Those are the 2 reports for the fast tracks permitting reporting. And then I see I counted them, so of everything there should have been, if everything had been approved, right, 394 units based off of the most recent reporting. That's what it adds up to be, that we would have seen from these applications, 394 units. We have 14 single-family units that are complete out of that. So that's about 3.5% rate of completion. And then I see we still have applicants need to resubmit. We have an applicant that has let their permit expire. We have an applicant Well, it says you're standing by to issue a permit, but waiting on the applicant. Another one has expired. And so, again, I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I'm trying to be realistic in the problem that I'm seeing, not just here. Okay, this is a bigger problem that I'm seeing holistically with the data and the reporting that we are receiving. Is there is no outcomes provided to us to make decisions properly. We have a lot of goals, we have a lot of objectives, and then we have volume, but no information about whether what we're investing in is providing real outcomes to better the common good of the city of Albuquerque. And honestly, I like the program. I'm probably gonna vote for it. My sincere concern is the reporting. I don't know how much revenue has been foregone because, you know, the fast tracks cost 3 times the amount to process rather than going through the regular process. But it's only resulted in 14 single-family units. So how much revenue have we foregone through that process? I don't know, because that's not what this data shows me. And again, this isn't, unfortunately.
Counselor Tejas, I'm going to have to interject.
Okay.
I apologize. You can finish your comments.
I'll finish my comment.
But hold on one second. Vice
Madam
President
President,
Champagne.
I reluctantly want to make a motion to suspend the rules, first time in his career, to suspend the rules and extend this tonight's meeting to 11. We don't have to use it all.
Second.
No, well, I promise I'll go fast.
So there's I second it. So no discussion. Michelle. Ms.
Counselor
Montoya.
Baca.
No.
I tried, sorry.
Counselor Bassan.
No.
Vice President Champagne.
Yes.
Counselor Feeble-Corn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
No.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Rogers.
No, I always vote no.
Hater.
I always vote no.
Counselor Tejas.
Yes.
You know, if I said
President
no.
Pena.
Yes. Yes.
Passes on a 5-4 vote.
I'm gonna be fast, I promise. We'll get us out of here, I promise.
It's a
President,
6 vote.
that failed on his
failed.
4-5, I mean, that failed on a
Requires a
5-4 vote. It
6.
requires 6 to suspend the rules.
Wow.
Okay, Madam President.
Does anyone want to,
I'll make-
before the time is up?
Madam President.
It's
no.
10:29.
It's 10:20. Make a motion to extend the meeting, suspend the rules to extend the meeting 10 minutes.
Second. So there's a motion second to extend the meeting for 10 minutes. Michelle, you have 10 seconds.
Counselor Baca. Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
It's 10:30.
Vice President Champagne.
Yes.
Counselor Feeble-Corn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
So it's 10:30 right now.
Counselor Lewis.
Okay.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Rogers.
Fine, yes.
Counselor Tejas.
Yes.
President Pena.
Yes.
Passes on
So,
an 8-1 vote.
perfect. So I just want to confirm, because I don't want to do anything outside the rules. We were taking the vote as it was 10:30, so we are okay? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I'm gonna wrap up.
Okay,
I'm gonna wrap up.
Counselor
I'm gonna
Tejas.
wrap up. I'm gonna wrap up. I'm sorry. This is, unfortunately, my tirade is being directed at this situation, but really, it's a bigger problem about how data is not being provided to us in an appropriate way to make appropriate answers. So, thank you for your time, Director, and thank you, Madam President. I'll shut up.
And President Pena, I do need to address that. We can only control what we can control. We can control whether we expedite the processing and the permitting. We cannot control the economy. There are many projects where people go through, get their permit, especially very expensive projects, and then their financing falls through. We have at least one that right now looks like it's moving forward, 300 San Mateo. It's one of those towers that's up there by Central, where they specifically called us and said, we're putting financing together, we have some out-of-state investors, and we need to know that this is going to be in the fast track program at no extra charge. Our investors are wanting that as one of the assurances, and we said, yes, it does meet the criteria. If and when that'll actually come through is out of our hands.
Yes. Thank you, Director Morales. So with that, there is a motion and a second on the floor for a due pass of R18. Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peeblehorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
No.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-1 vote.
Thank you. We are now on the, well, that's not the final item. R21 by request, Counselor Feeblecorn.
Madam President, R21 approving and authorizing the acceptance of grant funds from the Natural Resource Defense Council and providing an appropriation to the General Services Department beginning in fiscal year 2027. I move it do pass.
Second.
There's a motion and multiple seconds. I'll take, the first one I heard was Vice President Champagne. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Urge your support.
Are there any questions? Anyone signed up to speak? No? No questions? Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Baca? Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peeblehorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Thank you. So we're on the final item of this evening, which is other business, and there is none, so there being no further business, this council meeting is adjourned. 4 minutes after.